now there's 4 HDMI capability in there. And so one can load the TV, one can load the plug it into the table, and then
March.
How are you?
Doing great.
Good.
I don't know if I knew the zoning lady or anything.
No?
oh, for the
Yeah.
scalability.
I don't know what
They don't know what
this
it's
is about. No, it's a notice.
So they're changing the zoning code to remove the
Because it got scratched.
industrial overlay, they're leaving the gateway.
I left it here all week. I haven't checked.
Parking and lighting requirements and cross connection requirements, moving those regulations. All those regulations with the exception of, we can't regulate building materials anymore.
Yeah, I know that.
And the tripartite crap. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're taking off both of those overlays.
Come they did this one fast. Dealing with a crap council. You're not politicians, so I.
Who said it? They said
It took us, it has taken us, yeah.
Who do I give this to?
You can give it to John or me.
Who's Ozana?
She should be here.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello. And she's got experience, you know.
My disapproval on this.
Hello, how are you? I'm invited. Hopefully we're not here too long.
Oh, look at her face. That's not a good face.
Oh, pretty good.
Good.
Still on this side of the good earth. I'm watching Mom.
Amen
I
to
do
that.
every
Hello,
day.
Miss Chase.
Hey, I still haven't heard back.
Really?
Honest to God, I was almost ready to send another email. I went, no, I'll give her another week and then that's it. Because the kids were playing and the kid fell down. But they were young, you know, they're resilient. Didn't happen. But it had been some of the older people like me walking up and down and got off balance.
All in the hole.
Huh?
All in the hole.
Yeah, really. Hey, you're listening? Very good.
Hey,
Hey, how are you?
who's the new zoning? Who's the new zoning director? Is she here?
Suzanne? Yes, but she's down in planning and zoning because they close at 6.
Do I give this to you?
You can. What is it?
I don't know. It's some type of thing.
Oh, okay. The overlay.
We're gonna start on time?
Yes, they're going to be late.
Good deal.
3 minutes. Where's the 12 minutes? Oh, we got another clock. Okay, right. Yeah, 2 more minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. I took Angela's pen. I'm always doing that. Crystal, I took Angela's pen. She's gonna come hunt me down. Here you go. Like, oh no, I gotta give that back to her. Hi, sweetheart.
Blackmore? So it's over? I didn't hear the end of the conversation. Did you retire?
I haven't put my board in yet. I'm gonna wait. Till I come back from my cruise. We're in a baby watch right now. Yvonne's daughter's about to have a baby any minute.
All right.
So, we're looking forward to that. So, that may alter the plans a little bit. But yeah, I'm looking forward to calling you up and say, hey, you have him here.
Do you golf? Like, what's your hobby? Yeah.
That's a message for you,
Yes.
just to say, hey, and, you know, how are you doing, and like that. You're still taking over break, right? Yeah, I'm still, that's right.
She's just enjoying her summer, right?
Yes. Trying to.
All right, Mayor, you are ready to go. All right, Mike.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So glad to see everybody on an odd day. Happy Juneteenth. Let me open up this meeting. Good afternoon and welcome to the City of Leon Valley Special City Council Meeting Workshop. Today is Thursday, June 19th, 2025, and it's approximately 5 p.m. And as you can see, all City Council members are present. We do have a quorum. And if you could please stand, and I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hoorah.
All right.
Now we'll get an agenda.
Okay, did you get an agenda? Okay. All right, agenda item number 2, citizens to be heard. Any citizen wishing to address the City Council at this time may come forward. Just state your name and generally where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Okay, hi, Mr. Blackmore. Good afternoon and welcome.
My name is Richard Blackmore. I live in Leon Valley. I want to address this thing. I know the council is supposed to have a council meeting on Tuesday. It was canceled, probably good reasons. But why in the world would you have it on a holiday? Today, June 19th. It's African American Day. Why are we celebrating? I used to ask the staff in here, they're making you work today? And they said, yeah. The county, the state, federal government is not forcing anybody to work. It's a holiday. And we're in here doing this. This could have been done yesterday or tomorrow or next week. That's all I got to say. God bless Texas.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, we have several presentations this evening. And the first one is presentation 3.1, presentation, discussion, and possible approval of a resolution authorizing the use of eminent domain to acquire a 0.625 acre tract adjacent to AIDS Drive, a property described in the Bexar County Real Property Records at volume 2595, page 153. Said property owned wholly or partially by the estate of Ivan H. Smith for a street and drainage system and other public improvements. And we have Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, here this afternoon to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening,
Glad
Mayor,
you're here.
City Council. Thank you very much.
You bet.
This portion of undeveloped street is at the end of AIDS Drive, and it's not paved. It's just a caliche road. 2 property owners down there have been using this unofficial type of easement as their driveway, but when it rains, it becomes inaccessible. Luckily, they have a very kind neighbor over there who takes his tractor out and regrades the roadway for them, but it's pretty bad. The records indicate that this parcel was once owned by the estate of Iva H. Smith, but it was not transferred upon the sales that occurred with their original 58-acre tract of land. So they sold off land at portions over time. The situation created a no man's land, and there's no property owner to notify of the city's desire to have it developed as a proper street. Now, yesterday I did hear from one of the neighbors over there, and they did send me a couple of deed documents that may conflict with this, so I went ahead and sent those over to our city engineer so that he can compare the two. They've done extensive title searches, though, on this property, and so I don't know. There is a chance that the surveyors were wrong. Over time, especially back in the early days, the surveyors have been wrong. So we'll see. So here's the aerial exhibit. Up here is Samaritan Drive, and this was the property that we used to own but sold to the One Stop Group. This is the little easement that leads back to this house, and then there's one back here. Interestingly enough, this house actually does have a dedicated easement that goes right up to this place right here. So here's the first part, and this is up by Samaritan Drive where it is now. This is fictional Seneca. It's not been built, but this is actual Age Drive where it stops being owned by the city. And so it's this piece here, and then it continues, match lines here, and continues all the way back. And that one house is here, and there's another house back here. And you can see that dedicated easement here. Estimated cost appraisal of it would be $3,500 if needed. Survey was about $3,500. There may be court filing fees, but I don't know what that cost is. The property purchase, and this is, of course, if we can find an owner, then we would have to pay the property owner the appraised value of the property. And then the attorney fees, we don't know yet because they're still ongoing. And then if we do acquire it, the ongoing maintenance of the street, once it's improved, would be done by Public Works through our street maintenance sales tax. We recommend approval of the resolution. However, because this is eminent domain, the City Council must read this out loud, and then you must approve it by a roll call vote.
Okay, very good. All right, so let me open it up for any questions before we make a motion on this. If any questions from either the council or anyone in our chambers? Yes, Mr. Black. Well, Mr. Blackmore, go ahead, and then if anyone on the dais has any.
My name's Richard Blackmore. I live in Leon Valley. What I've seen on the computer, that this easement is going to go right through a friend of mine's house. He built that house with his own bare hands. And this needs to be looked at real carefully. I have no problem with taking over the Smith property, that little section of it. But the easement, that roadway, you need to look at it real hard, because I know some people are going to fight like all get out if a city tries to go through their property. And in fact, I just got off the phone with them just a little while ago, about 30 minutes ago. And I hope y'all look at it closely. Hope the engineers evaluate, look at it, and not give in to other forces outside our city. And I know a lot of forces of that is going on right now. Thank you very much. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess just to follow up, Melinda, so this easement needs to be acquired so that we can build the street there for that subdivision, correct?
Well, both.
Okay.
They want this. They need to put a hammerhead right at this corner of Samaritan and Age Drive.
Okay.
And actually, Samaritan's going to be moved up, and so the hammerhead will be actually further up.
You
But
said hammerheads?
the hammerhead of it's the design of
Design
a
of the street, okay.
so that the fire trucks can get in and out of that
Okay, all
neighborhood.
right.
But this is currently being used as a roadway. It's going
Mm-hmm.
through what we've determined is no man's land. They've done extensive deed searches on it.
And so is it going to go through somebody else's property as Mr. Blackmore? I don't know.
According to our survey, no.
No. So just, okay. So it won't impact anybody else's ingress, egress if we,
We're going to take a look at the two deeds that were given to us yesterday and
Okay.
make sure that it doesn't.
Okay.
And we'll have to go from there to see.
and so should we wait until we act
No.
upon this?
This is a first step. It still has to go before a judge, and it still has to be published in the newspaper.
Okay,
But like I said, we've got their deeds, and we're comparing them to this research that we did.
okay, very good. Mr. Campos had a question or comment.
Melinda, so looking at this red line, I just don't understand how this house is not affected. I just, can you explain that? I mean, from what I can see, that house right
The
there.
red line is overly big. In
overly
other words,
big?
I outlined the
Okay.
roadway. So the roadway comes right here in front of their house. It does not go through a house
And it's
Okay.
already being utilized as a roadway.
as
It's
a
just
roadway
dirt.
to the house.
And have we talked to the homeowner?
Yes.
And do you know of any
Just
objection?
for us to do it,
Say again?
they're very anxious for us to get it done. And in addition to that, the group, One Stop Group that owns this, has agreed to provide the asphalt to do the road.
Okay.
They're very anxious to have it done.
So we have talked to this homeowner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so, to our knowledge, as the city of Leon Valley, they do not have any objections.
No, they do
And
not.
we will not be taking in any of their property.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And do we have a estimated cost of what is it the asphalt that the One Stop Group
I
is going
don't have the estimated cost yet. This is all preliminary. We have to get access to the land first. I can't even get out there to do the survey of what would be a roadway. I think they have planned on a 10-foot wide, but I'll have to go ask.
Okay,
We're not the ones going to construct it.
okay. 10-foot wide roadway?
Mm-hmm.
Is that common in Leon Valley?
No, sir. And like I said, I don't know the particulars of it, but this access easement that goes to this house back here, I know they have promised them a 10-foot wide to get on that easement. And that is a dedicated easement.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, so
I'll make it.
go ahead
I'll
and,
read it.
yeah, if you'll read the actual motion, and then we'll have a second, and then we have a roll call vote.
And thank you so much for talking to the residents, Sarah. It makes it a lot easier for us to move on to this. I move approval of the resolution. I don't have my glasses, so bear with me. I move
Okay.
approval of the resolution in the city of Leon Valley, authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire property described as the property described in the Bexar County Real Property Records at volume 2595, page 153, a remaining 0.625 acre tract of land out of a 58.18 acre tract, said property owned wholly and partially by the estate of Iva H. Smith for necessary fee simple acquisition for the purpose of, among other municipal purpose, including but not limited to street and water work systems, including drainage and emptying facilities and other public uses.
Okay. We have the motion by Counselor Orozco and a second by Counselor Campos to approve this acquisition of the eminent domain. And we do have a roll call vote as required by law. So
I got it.
you want to go ahead and do, Counselor, I was going to say Counselor Bolton, but our city manager will call the roll.
Councilman Bolton,
Yes.
Councilman Heil,
Yes.
Councilman Campos,
Yes.
Councilman Orozco,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mersch.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes 5 ayes and no nays. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. So moving on to presentation 3.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. We have Dr. Caldera, our city manager, here this evening to continue the discussion. We've been talking, we originally talked about it on May 31st and then June 3rd, and we decided to have another meeting. So this is a follow-up. And I will ask you to begin.
Good evening, Mayor and
I
Council.
went through it again, and I'm like, did we say that? Anyway, we'll have a good discussion, I'm sure.
Yes.
How do we want to do this again? If we have questions, just go ahead and
Yeah,
interrupt.
so this is a workshop, so this
Oh.
should be really informal. The big reason I was doing it in here and not in the large conference room was so I can stream it and the people
that's
at
right.
home can see the PowerPoint. So if they couldn't make it this evening,
Mm-hmm.
because we are open on June 19th. And we also vote on that. Every year the council votes on our holidays, and so y'all vote for us to be open on June 19th. And so y'all will have that discussion when we come in August for
Yeah,
that final
I was
budget.
going to say we haven't voted on it for this year. Yeah, but
Correct.
this next budget, yeah.
Yes, so, okay, so proposed annual budget for FY 2026. So you'll see a lot of differences. I'll try to go over all the changes, but you'll see quite a bit of changes from the last time I presented to this time. For those of you that met with me individually, you've seen the new numbers, but we're going to go over them for the purposes of the general public. So your capital reserve fund is sitting at 5.2 million. Your emergency fund is sitting at 1.2. So that leaves you with 6.4, which is really, really good. And so you have about 5.1 months of operating income, which is great. But your operating deficit is sitting at about 350,000. Your operating revenues are about 14 million. To fund the FY26, you are leaving the tax rate the same. So when we're looking at these numbers, the tax rate is remaining at 0.48. And again, this will be adjusted depending on what the county gives us at the end of July. So we're still waiting on what the no new revenue rate will look like. But if the council decides to leave the tax rate the same based on the current estimates we do have from the county, we are short this year. The market value decrease was about 46 million, and I do have a chart in here that will kind of break that down for you. We also don't know how much we'll lose in appeals this year, and the projected increase in ad valorem tax is 167,000. The average city of Leon Valley levies about $1,120 from taxes. The majority of your ad valorem tax goes to the school district. This is the property valuation lost. I know it's a lot of information, but because I referenced the 46 million, I wanted y'all to see where the majority of your valuation loss was. And as you can see, it was multifamily residential. So those are your apartment complexes. And so you will see that they had a $31 million valuation loss for this coming fiscal year.
And what is special inventory on that?
Where are you at?
All the way down, it's a -2, 965.
I don't know. I'm going to have to go look that up. I don't know. Do you know
what that was?
No, that's from the Bergen
County? Yeah. I don't know. I
county?
have to look that up.
I'm-
I did
I'm-
know
I'm-
at one point, but I don't remember. I'll look it up for you.
Well, did anybody else want to know what that meant? Okay, all right. I'm just going
So
through it.
my big concern is always up here. I'm looking at single family, multifamily,
understand,
and
but-
commercial. Those are my big three that we're paying the closest attention to, but that is close to $1 million valuation loss. So I'll take a look and see what that is for you. As you can see, this is just a history of your tax rate. You were sitting at 0.53 in 2023. We adjusted the tax rate to 0.48. We've held that tax rate now, and that's what we're projecting for next year as of right now. These are your projected revenues. These are your losses. Where you're seeing the majority of your losses, of course, your ad valorem tax is sitting at 167 loss. We are projecting a 2% increase in your sales tax, but again, that could possibly adjust depending on what the numbers continue to come in at. Your franchise fees are down. Your building permit fee is slightly down, but remember your building permit fee, if you take a look at that fee, it's a washout to what we anticipate you paying our inspectors. So they match. So even if you raise your building permits thinking you're going to get more houses, you're going to expend it the exact same amount to your health inspector and to your building inspector. So those two numbers are a wash, and I can kind of show you that when we get to it. Court fines are down a little bit. Your EMS revenue is up. Grants are a little bit lower, and then just other is up slightly. You can take a look at your breakdown. Of course, the majority of your revenue comes from your ad valorem tax, followed by sales tax. Your expenditures are sitting at 15 million, which is a decrease from last year, about 155,000. Your capital expenditures is sitting at 2.5, which is a small decrease of 735 as comparison to last year. Your biggest expenditure is, of course, personnel. And the biggest piece of the pie of your personnel is public safety, followed by public works. This is the general fund summary page. And so essentially what you're looking at is your total resources. So that's your total revenue. You're gaining $16.2 million. But off of that 16.2, you need to take out your grant for your hike and bike trail and your art fund. So you're sitting really at 14.6 million in total operating revenue. And your expenditures are sitting at 17.6 million. But then you take out, you have your, you take out your capital from that amount. So that will leave you with $15 million, 1537. So you are short currently at a deficit of 350,000. So I anticipate us taking a look at possibly, in order to meet that deficit, depending on what your tax rate comes in at, about 3 pennies would bring you the $300,000 in. Unless y'all want to add more items to your budget, like I've provided y'all cuts that most of y'all seemed okay with. There are some notes that I provided y'all to open up the discussion when we hit those items. And so it will depend on what you want to add back in that budget. We'll increase this amount. And so you'll have to determine how you're going to come up with those funds.
Okay. So I just guess I wanted to understand it for myself and for anyone else. But so our ad valorem taxes, you've kept it at the same 0.48.
Right.
But our actual taxes that were anticipated are lower because the appraisals were down.
Right.
So when we find a number at the end of July from the county, that number 0.48 to get the same revenue as last year,
Now,
as this year?
0.48 may not give you the same
No,
revenue.
that's what I'm saying.
It
That's
may
my
not.
question. It probably won't, right?
Correct. So you're known. So I can give y'all a tax lesson.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's going to be probably more.
Correct. So your no new revenue rate, but I've been here when you have chosen, the council has chosen not to adopt your no new revenue rate against staff's recommendation. We always, at minimum, recommend that you adopt at minimum your no new revenue rate. And so I always try to plan your budget based on your no new revenue rate. That's, I mean, for as long as I've been here, that's what I try to keep it to. Occasionally, if we have something planned, we'll ask for an extra penny or something if something's coming up. But I try as your city manager to keep to your no new revenue rate. I do think that the projected amount for your no new revenue rate will probably go up. I'm not going to give you a number. I have an estimate of what I think it is. But
that will reduce the 350.
Correct.
Probably. So that's my point.
Yes.
is,
Yes. So
you don't really know until the end of July.
But that's we know that in order to raise the same amount of property tax revenue, the county's going to come in at a higher tax rate as your no new revenue rate. But that doesn't, from a legal perspective, you can still stick with the 0.48. And anytime we prepare the budget, we always prepare based on your tax year from the preceding year. That's just what we have at the time. And we use that tax rate and apply it to your property evaluations, and that's how we come up with the ad valorem tax. But yes, the council will have to make a decision whether or not to, at minimum, adopt your no new revenue rate, which will probably be a slight increase in your property tax, which would probably be staff's recommendation, or keep your property tax the same and find somewhere else to cut from this budget. And we've given you other recommendations in order to be able to do that, or add things into the budget and increase more than your no new revenue rate. But then that's a council decision on what y'all want to do with that.
All right. Thank you.
You welcome.
Appreciate that.
And when the numbers come in, I'll give y'all a quick rundown of how property tax, like what new revenue rate is, what a voter approval. I'll give y'all a little bit of a lesson on that. Okay. For those of you that don't know that. So this is just your revenue sources. This breaks it down. This is your ad valorem tax broken down, your sales tax broken down, and your franchise fees broken down. Your licensing fees and fines that you see on the summary page, this is all of them broken down as far as your revenue. These are all the grants that we get throughout the year. Your general fund actual revenue that's considered other on that page, this is it all broken down here. Now we get into your expenditure piece, and this is where we break down your expenditures. So the biggest one here, you can see court, we dropped their...
we're into court now.
I'm sorry, yes, you're in expenditures, court
Okay.
expenditures.
Okay.
So what I didn't go over on the first general summary slide is personnel is up 5%, roughly 5.1 or 5.2%. And so the thing that we also don't know, as well as the tax rate, is I don't know what the health insurance number is. And as most of you that have done this with me before, we will not get those numbers in until close to August. And so sometimes it goes hand in hand. Sometimes we get a break, sometimes we don't. I have projected a 14% increase in your health insurance. That is just a number based on the national trend number. When we ask for the rates, insurances do it by calendar year. We operate on a fiscal year. And so in April, they don't have true numbers yet. You have one utilization report. And so it's really not the best number to go by, but we should have some better numbers for you here in the next month or so.
Okay. You know, I looked at that professional services, but then I remembered that's the prosecutor, and you moved it from the city manager into the
Correct.
court, and that's
Court,
why
yes.
that significantly
Yeah,
went
so
in.
we'll get to that page, that slide, the upcoming
Okay.
slide. So this is the general summary of expenditures for the court.
Okay, Counselor Mersch has a
I have
comment
a
or question.
One thing I noticed from the last version to this current version is there's a lot of variability in the workers' comp and then in the liability. Are you moving people around?
No, so we got the numbers in, so these are the solid numbers for workers'
Oh,
comp and
I mean,
liability.
But so many of them went up, but some of them went down.
So workers' comp is calculated by rate. And so they're given a rate by our workers' comp provider. 8810 is your administrative offices, and depending on how we did last year, so your administrative personnel, like the people that sit in chairs, depending on how many workers' comp claims we had filed in the last 3 years, will be dependent on how high our rate goes. That's for them. Police and fire are the same way. So if they have claims in the last 2 to 3 years, then they'll go up. And so this year, though, we actually had based on our projections, you actually went down in workers' comp. We've moved personnel around.
Right.
Like I've pulled, so you'll see like PD dropped, but it's because I moved the 2 code guys out of PD and made them their own thing. We have people starting at different salaries because they may be newer employees. So you'll see a drop in workers' comp there because their rate is also based on salary. So their rate is applied to the individual. We have a whole spreadsheet, but the rate's broken down based on your classification, and there's a modifier rate, and that goes into that calculation. And so TML will give us those rates. We plug them in, and it's adjusted as part of your salary.
Okay. Well, I did notice that there were a lot of increases, but there were some decreases. So that's why I suspected that you were moving people from different.
So we have people that got moved from different accounts, but
Departments.
then you have people that have a modifier that went up because we may have had claims last
Okay.
year
All right.
or the year before or multiple years in a row. So that does go up and down. It does fluctuate.
Got it.
And
Thank
then
you.
they drop off after so many years too.
Okay. Thank you.
And we do have more sensitive people now than we used to. But here is your municipal court. So you can see here we dropped everything as we possibly could. We're just leaving postage, janitorial supplies. We're only cleaning the judge's robe once, some replacement for court equipment. And then I did move the prosecutor over here. That's how much we pay for a prosecutor. I did cut the court dates down in half, so you will see that the judge's fee and the extra meetings all went down as well. We cut those dates in half.
In spite of, we gave them an increase.
Right, so you
Remember?
gave
Yeah.
them a pay increase, and so in the original budget, I
right.
had the increase plus all of your dates.
Okay.
So they still have their increase. I have to pay per the contract, but I
Yeah.
cut their dates in half.
You cut their dates in half. Okay,
So
and that's why it went
we will
down.
only be holding court once or twice a month versus
Twice a month
yes,
instead of
every
once
Thursday,
every week.
Every
Yeah,
Thursday.
Okay, so twice a month.
So that's the biggest change. That's the biggest change you'll see there.
Oh, excuse me, Counselor Campos has a question.
So, what do we anticipate the effect to be in the number of people appearing for court? I have no idea
Yeah.
how many.
gonna be
So
longer.
the reason that I felt comfortable with it is because you're seeing a drop in your court fines too. So that tells me that there's less people coming to court. There's less people coming to pay their citations. There's less people. So I come from being here for 20 years. When I first started here, we'd have court every Thursday, and the line literally wrapped around the building. I haven't seen that in probably 10 years. And so, we can't give a quota to issue citations. I'm not seeing the court numbers that are showing up on court day like I used to. We used to see 100 to 150 people. If you look at my city manager's report, you're seeing 40, 60, 30. It is a higher workload for the court than they have been used to over the last couple of years. And so people are going to have to wait. I mean, that's just the gist of it. I mean, we prided ourselves in trying to move people very quickly through the court. But if you're coming to court, you're probably going to have to wait a little bit. And so from the customer service aspect, you are hurting that service by me cutting that in half. But again, if it's something you want to add full court days back on, you double both of those numbers for the judge's fees.
And can you recall what that savings was?
So you just double it. So it was an additional 11,350 on both of those. So 22,000 total.
Okay. Counselor Orozco had his hand up first, and then Counselor Marsh.
Dr. C, how much do we pay our jurors for serving?
Ooh, Tiffany, how much do we pay our jurors?
$6 a day?
$6. $6.
$6, because Bear County went up to $20 now.
Okay, well, we're not.
But that's.
Calm
I'm
down.
I'm not gonna say anything, it's just, okay,
Were you on
Thank
the
you.
jury?
You also
last-
don't have to pay for parking here.
okay.
You don't have to what?
Pay
We
for
have to pay our
parking.
parking.
Oh, that's true. You
You have to pay for
don't.
parking here.
All right,
And
thank-
we're normally 5 minutes down the road
Yeah.
because it's Leon Valley residents.
Counselor Marsh.
So are there any negatives to cutting the court by half in terms of the contract with the judges?
No.
So they're not gonna be upset at-
There's not a mandatory number of court days that we're required to have per their agreement.
Okay.
They
And
usually
he's
work
been with
twice a month, each of them, and now they'll just work one day
Once-
a month, each of them, with
Right.
the two. Yeah.
Correct. Yep. And I've been here when we've done this before. I mean, this isn't new. So this isn't my first budget that we've been bare bones. I've been here when we've gone to half days. I've been here when we've held court, one on Monday, one on Thursday, and one was like a show cause hearings, and one was just court. So I've done it when we've only had court once a month. I wouldn't recommend it. It was a little bit more painful. And to me, you hurt your revenue more. When you cut down court dates, sometimes you do hurt your revenue. So we'll kind of see what that does to us next year, and maybe we'll adjust back next fiscal year. But everybody took a hit, and y'all sat through me individually when we went through those, and so it was a $22,000 savings. But again, if you want to add it up, if you want to add it back in, just know you're going to change that 350 deficit. You're going to add about 22,000 back to that.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? Yes, Counselor Marsh.
So the other thing I noticed besides the workers' comp is the liability insurance. It wasn't even a line item on this previous version.
Yeah. So we used to have workers' comp and property and liability all on the bottom under contractual services, and we moved it into personnel.
Okay.
And so the way Vicki had it and Vicki had it, Vicki just did it differently, and I'm trying to get you to the exact penny. And so she would, she would do it by percentage piece. We're doing it exactly per the department. So we're breaking it down by individual employee. Vicki did it by an overall percentage number, but in order to get you, you all wanted zero base, this is as close as you're probably ever going to get to zero base. We broke it down per employee and associated that employee with the specific dollar amount for the department they are being paid out of. So you'll see some variations there because we are being, I don't want to say more accurate, but we're closer to the actual number.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
That is municipal court. We are on to finance.
Yes.
Finance has a very low budget. These are all mandatory fees. We have to pay the county, the auditor, our GFOA stuff, our SEC ruling, our bonds. These are all of their portions for telephone, water and electricity, advertising. Here is the, So they don't really have much there. I think I took $1,000 from them when we met. City manager's budget. This is the summary of that. Here you go. You can see that we did really no increases. We did add our portion for postage, our janitorial supplies. I did leave the meeting supplies in there, letterhead, shared supplies. You'll see no real increases, more of broken out activity. We did cut all the employee awards, pins, employee appreciation, anything that I determined, I don't want to say unimportant, but frivolous, or it's the taxpayers' dollars, and so we try to keep everything to stuff that we actually needed. So we cut all the awards, all the employee appreciation stuff. I do have 10,000 for non-retainer questions for the attorney. You'll see that kind of request here, economic development budget and the red light camera budget. It's any question outside of that 60,000 that we're required to pay for your attorney's contract. So any question that comes up that it requires a legal response comes out of that 10,000. And again, I have 12,000 in economic development, and I want to say another 8 in red light camera. Then you have your TML non-retainer. So that means if we get sued and TML is going to cover the litigation, that's your $5,000 deductible. So I budget for approximately 1 lawsuit a year. We have our Bexar County elections, your bonds, and then your portions of like the telephone, printing, advertising, those kind of things. I do have your travel and stuff broken down. I did give you all that, but it was for me to squeeze it on here.
And, you know, I was just, as I was going through the budget today and last night, I said, oh, where did all those Municode? We need to have open records, but you moved it to IT.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what you were doing. So
Yes.
I was like, where
So
is
you'll
all
see
that?
sometimes-
But
you'll see some
find it
shifts,
if
yeah.
you keep on going through
Keep
the
going.
budget. So, anyway. Yes, Counselor Campos.
I'd just like to highlight for our citizens that there's a decrease in the Haven for Hope of $28,790. And that, the reason why we do not have it in this budget is that Bexar County is going to be paying 100% of that.
That is
They
correct.
got a grant.
They got a grant, and so they're going to supposedly cover the remainder of that for next year.
I just want to highlight that.
Yeah. I did cut Culligan Water Service. You know, anything again that was paid out of here. We also had like all the HR programs, HR recruiting, open enrollment. I cut all of those. We would sometimes give like little lunch bags or something when an employee would start, or you know, pins or something. We just cut all of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know we don't have enough money for all of that, but I just hate not to have incentives for our employees, you know, awards and stuff. I think that's part of working, is to get
Well,
recognized.
if you ask the
So,
employees whether or not they
Y'all
want to
care?
be, if
Yeah,
they
they
want to
don't.
be brought up to market level or they
They'd
want a
rather
pin,
that-
they
yeah.
want their money.
Gotcha. All right. Very good. That's important.
I mean, if, you know,
Forget
do you-
those pins, right?
Do you want a pin or a
Uh,
trophy to hang on your wall? Or do
Okay,
you want
that's
your
right.
increase?
All right.
Well, they said they can't take it to HEB and buy groceries is their common response to
There
me.
you go. And they probably would rather have a day off too, rather than,
Yes, yeah.
okay.
Let's see here. Information technology. So you'll see this here. I'm trying really hard. This was a new one we brought in last year, the year before. So you'll see some things slowly kind of getting moved into this department. This is where you house Municode under your contractual service. We put them all here. Your Just FOIA, your Open Records, your website, all of that's there. Your Microsoft Office license, your Nitro, your Meraki, which is your firewall stuff. The majority of your Encode is here. Now, you know, and speaking with Counselor Campos, so you do pay, and I've sent y'all this in an update, you do have a portion of Encode paid out of water and sewer already. That is just for the utility billing portion of it that we put over there. But he brought up a valid point when I was meeting with him that we still do their financial reconciliation piece. So I could take approximately $8,000 more out of the general fund and move it over in the water fund of your Encode services. So just keep that in mind. I haven't done it yet, but just, you know, you can note that a little bit.
I had a question about tech lead. I thought we were increasing that for next year, not decreasing it.
It'll depend on how much staff extra that I need for staff time.
Okay. All right. Very good.
So if they're going to come and help Daniel, or if they're not, or what we're going to do with that, it'll
Okay.
be dependent on that. So we're trying to get all those projects cleaned up. Hopefully, we'll get them done by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you.
Police expenditures. I'm going to get down to the breakdown because it's just easier for me to go through the big breakdown. You can see we kept everything pretty flush. You'll see a decrease in ammunition. What I did was I moved that over into crime control and red light cameras. But when we touch red light cameras, I'm probably going to move a little bit more out of red light cameras and over into crime control because you still have about 11,000 in the good in crime control. So it makes sense to kind of move some more stuff over there. And when we get to red light cameras, we'll have a conversation a little bit about what that's looking like. But in here, you can see I really didn't give him increases anywhere. We did have to increase the computer stuff and radio equipment. We just need to purchase and update some of our items. Other than that, he had no other increases. You can see that his total increases were 6,900 total.
And what's the shooting range? You didn't have it this year, but you have it next year. Is that new?
No, where are you at? Shooting
Police
range.
department?
It's just broken down. It was included under a different line item.
Oh, okay.
I'm making them just break down every
Okay,
single thing.
all right.
They had
I
to
was
prove
just-
every dollar to me this year, and so it was grouped in with another item.
All right.
It was just like in there as operating miscellaneous, I think. But they're required to go to they're required by law to go to the shooting range.
Okay.
Here's the breakdown by your police department. The biggest increase is your CAD, and that's just going up in price. Cable. The other big thing to note, it's in red light cameras, is your Wi-Fi. We do have Google Fiber providing service, so that may cut the cost a little bit in your Wi-Fi amount. The only capital is the gym equipment in the police department, and it's just the treadmill. And so what we're going to do, we need to replace that. All that gym equipment needs to be replaced. But what we're going to do is just replace one piece a year is kind of my goal. So we're doing the treadmill this year. Next year we'll do the rower and so on and so on.
And on the page before, you had animal boarding 20,000, and you moved that to another section?
So we can make it, we made its own department, sorry.
With the code and animal, that's where that went. I just wanted to verify that. Okay, thank you.
This is your impound lot. You can see this is.
Yeah, excuse me just a second, Counselor Campos.
Could you go back to one more slide right here? Animal boarding. Tell us a little bit about the increase of the 14,780 in the Axon vehicle and body cameras.
That's just your increase for your Axon equipment. So your Axon, all of your vehicles and your body worn stuff, some of it just needs to be replaced. It's outdated. I mean, the chief can come and give a better fight than I can for his Stephanie.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good
How are
evening,
you?
So this is for my firemen that are policemen. Okay, we're going to have to purchase some equipment, and we're going to put it in their vehicles just like in our vehicles. We have had instances where we need them to be video recording just like we do, because if they take a police action, if they're questioned, it's going to come to me. So if I don't have the same thing for them that I have for our guys, then that will create a problem. So we're going to standardize the equipment in everybody's vehicle.
Okay.
And how many people are in the fire department that?
The three.
Just three.
However, any one of the three can operate any of their equipment.
Oh,
So this is their equipment and our equipment.
okay.
So I thank you for the explanation, Chief. Valid reason for
It's the
it. But
cost of doing business.
right. But the question is, why isn't that a capital expenditure as a?
They're individual pieces, and their life expectancy isn't 5 years.
Okay.
It's
How
not
long-
a $14,000 one item. Each individual item doesn't reach the capital expense.
Okay.
We've tried with the police stuff as capital before, and the auditors won't accept it as a capital item. It's
Okay.
life expectancy isn't long enough.
And what about getting this equipment out of the other type of funds?
Crime control
You're tapped
or?
out right now in your other funds. Like, I mean, I could take, if you don't want to move your ammunition over to crime control, you can move 11,000 of this over to crime control if you wanted to.
But
Actually,
it's a
no, you
wash,
can't.
but it would have a net zero effect. Okay.
Well,
So,
it would alleviate from your general fund dollars, but I forget your crime control prevention is very specific to your crime control preventers. It's covering, this is for police officers in the fire department, so it needs to come from general fund dollars.
Forfeiture doesn't qualify for that or anything like that?
An actual police officer housed in a police department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Okay, any other questions on this item?
Yes, go ahead,
There's a
Counselor.
big swing here of what Counselor Mersch was looking at, 44,901 decrease in liability insurance. Can you
So
kind of
two,
discuss?
two guys, two people that were housed here, your two animal control and code enforcement, got moved out of there and moved over into their own section. And then you've also have a slurry of new officers coming on, and so their pay is lower, and so therefore that number will come down a little bit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So back to capital, again, we're requesting just the treadmill. Impound lot, you can see it's a very, very small budget. 16,000. The biggest increase here is your auto data direct, and it's just required for us to post our vehicles on.
There was a section called standby. What is that?
So it's your standby pay.
Standby
But
pay?
but it's for Jimmy. So Jimmy is also a detective.
Okay.
And so anytime we take impound of vehicles and there's drugs in the back, he functions as that person. He's got to come in. He's your standby.
Okay, so that pays him for coming in.
Correct.
Okay,
And
very
that
good.
means he can't drink or go out. He's on standby.
Okay,
And so he's essentially at work at home. Like he can't do anything.
okay.
I mean, I say drink, but I don't know what people do on their. Can't
Okay,
leave town.
Thank you, I just had not seen that before. Okay, thank you.
Probably not the best term, but can't leave town, can't do anything, has to be on standby. So
Okay.
we pay them for that. The capital item for impound is the cameras. We just need to add a few cameras back here at impound. Fire expenditures. This is just a breakdown. The thing I did mention when I met with y'all individually, the thing that I would like to see increased for him had to do with his repairs and maintenance external. He requested $100,000. He's tracking about $100,000. But last year was 70. I went ahead and relinquished to 70. And if he's got any big expenditures, he'd have to come to council. But we do have things that go out on fire trucks and ambulances, and they're just not cheap. And so even our new stuff, our old stuff, whatever it is, he's got to get it repaired. And sometimes they're emergency repairs. So if we do at some point have extra money, that's where I would like to see it. You know, repairs and maintenance there, same thing in the police department. We also have to have a conversation now that we're on the police and fire. For those of you, I sent y'all the legislative update. There's 260 legislative pieces.
Excuse me, before I forget, the governor did sign that bill for the water today.
Yes, I saw that.
So that was good. So just want to let you know.
But I did
for
give y'all,
structure.
so the list that I gave you is the list that's going to apply to us. So it is
Yeah.
quite an extensive
It
list.
is.
And so there is a lot of training pieces in there, and we're going to have to take a look at the training dollars associated with what we have programmed into the budget. I may need an actual extra, like close to 10,000 on both police and fire in order to cover those costs. I'm waiting. The only reason I haven't plugged that in, and the only reason we're not having an in-depth conversation about it, is I'm going to my legislative update tomorrow, and so, or Saturday morning. And so I will be able to have a better idea of what those requirements are going to look like, and if it's going to be every single officer by a certain date, or what that date looks like. The Uvalde Strong Act has a lot of training requirements for both police and fire. Police also have additional mental wellness stuff that have come out, and some other things that have come out. And so I just need to make sure that the training dollars are correct. And so I'll have a better idea of who that's going to apply to and how much money needs to be added, if any, to either of those accounts. So you also just keep that in mind. And I'll have a better idea, hopefully by the end of the week.
Yes, Counselor Campos.
So those are commonly referred to as unfunded mandates.
Yeah,
where
unfunded
they're
state
put-
mandates.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
so they are putting more requirements on us, but not providing us with any dollars
right,
to fund
correct.
those. So
And
just
that's-
so
yeah.
the audience knows that.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about those increases, it's not something that
Right.
we need to comply with, but
And the other component.
But we have to do it.
Right, you don't have a
Yeah,
choice.
we don't
You
have a
have to do
choice.
it in order to be compliant, but you're also playing for overtime, because when those guys are out at training, and if we have to do it in bulk by said date, I've got to send a group of people at one time. That means people have to stay here, and then they switch, and so there's overtime that gets applied during that time frame in order to meet these mandates. It happens every time. Legislature, last time they had like 4 or 5 additional training sessions that came out, but we were lucky last time. A lot of them were webinars, some of them were free, so sometimes that happens, and so I'm not looking at a big increase in dollars. I don't know what this looks like yet, and so I'm just bringing it up because it could be an addition to your budget that's not currently there.
Okay. Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Cardella, on the medical control, they're taking $7,000 out. What exactly is medical control?
We're required, your EMS is required to have a doctor on staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We use UT Health. And so we went out for bid for your medical director, and his rate just came in a little bit lower than we originally anticipated in the budget. Like, we just had a guesstimate, and so it came in. So this is to the exact dollar per the contract.
Good.
So, and also on the STRAC, you allocated $2,000 on there. Are we having to pay the RMAC and the STRAC in order to be part of the?
Yes.
We do?
Yes. This is your ambulance. This is actually ARPA money for your capital. Hopefully, we were hoping to get it. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Mersch, how are you?
I'm sorry, before you
No, no,
leave
not at
fire,
all.
some things caught my attention in the supplies. Supplies and medications went from like 74,000 to 2,000.
Where are you
I
at?
see that.
Where are you at?
Disposable.
Which page?
No, it went from 72,000 to 74,000. It went up by
okay.
2,000.
Okay, all right. And then oxygen also was one that changed?
It went up $600, just the cost of oxygen.
Okay, just the cost. And then the PPE and decontamination?
It's just the cost of those items going up. Those is your personal protection equipment and your decontamination supplies to wipe down everything. And they've gotten other mandates too. When they take out a patient, there's criteria they have to do in order to decontaminate the ambulances every time they switch out a patient.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
And do we know the status of the ambulance?
Chief, we got a new status of the ambulance?
Yeah, are we going to hopefully get it in FY '26?
26, yes.
Okay, good.
20 this year,
No,
not so much.
okay.
We finalized all of our graphics, we've done all this, it's in movement right now, but we'll see it by December or January.
How long is it taking for an ambulance now?
600 days
600 days, oh my God.
after you get your stuff. Like, we had to buy, they'll no longer supply a vehicle. We bought the vehicle already last year. It's been sitting on the side of our building with 88 miles on it for 2 years now. Waiting.
Wow.
It was supposed to be a year-long delivery. It was 11 days. But we got it before tariffs. We got it before everything. But
Now we're just waiting on the box.
and fire trucks are 4 years. So everything is like
So-
this now.
I mean, that's a concern because I know in the future we need more ambulances and stuff. Can you just put like a down payment on it or you have to pay for it all up front, or how does that work?
You can order it.
You can order it.
The city manager and I have talked about the
Yeah.
spacing of these things, and we need to commit to an ambulance in October. And hopefully, October 25, hopefully we'll get it in 27, 28 budget, but we need to commit to it
Okay.
And dedicate funds.
to get, because we're waiting in line is all we're
Yeah,
doing.
that's what I was, that was the gist of the question, yeah.
So that
Okay.
when I said that y'all have the 6 million sitting there, that's been one of the things I've sent y'all in the past. You know, we need to have a conversation if you want to do some designated funds. But that's why I sent y'all in the capital presentation that I've given y'all twice now, for the future, have a 10-year projection, like, are there any items that you want to start designating funds for the future? So like, do you want to take out of that 6 million in reserve that you are not 6, but 5 sitting in reserve? Do you want to take $100,000 and set aside that for an ambulance this year, next year, because we'll probably get it in 28. So then, you know, an ambulance is probably going to be closer to about $500,000 probably by then.
Okay. Sounds good.
Food for thought.
Yeah.
So this is the fire department. So again, they're asking for their ambulance. This is just the box piece. We've already bought the truck portion of it. Here we are at Public Works. These are Public Works operating expenses. You can see the majority of our items have decreased or have no increase in them. We've left pretty much everything the same. They're tracking along pretty good for the year. The biggest thing for her, it's not in this one, it's in contractual. I did take out the painting of the buildings. Was it in your Public Works one, Melinda? The painting of the buildings, or was it in a, okay. So we originally had $200,000 for painting and assessing your city hall and fire department buildings, and so we just haven't done it since we moved into the building. And so it was in the budget. I pulled it from the budget. That could be essentially a capital item, and so just a food for thought. At some point, I mean, if you're not going to budget for it this year, y'all should be looking for it next year. Both the buildings need to be painted. They need to be assessed. When we did this building, the back wall was going to fall off because the building had never really been checked in all the years. And so it's Melinda's recommendation that y'all need to do that sooner rather than later. So I did pull it from the budget because you don't have the money this year, but that may be something else that you might want to consider designating some funds to as well.
Okay, and then the engineering services decreased.
I just decreased it, and so if we have anything that comes up, so anytime y'all need a traffic thing, like this week alone, we had some flooding issues at Gristmill Park. We've had the engineers on it. And so, because one house got flooded, and so we had to send Byron out to go take a look, and they're assessing it and came up with a game plan on what we think we're going to do with that. But that just comes out of the stuff, unless it's a huge project, then we'll bring it to council because we got to go for contractors or something. But little assessments like that, we just get done because they just need to get done. So I just dropped that amount. And so anytime anything like that happens, people are just going to have to wait. And so that service isn't going to be there. We had somebody on Pepperwood that was worried about the debris coming off, and she had the engineers take a look at it. You know, not a big amount, but they took, and it's coming off of his own property, and it's not has anything to do with us. And so we do those things on the side to address citizen concerns, and we try to get them done fairly quickly. Next year, it's going to be a little bit more hesitant because I've dropped that number. And I also dropped it because that seems to be an area of concern. People always say, look at your contractor, you're paying all this money to your engineers, and that just kept coming up and kept coming up. And I gave y'all the reason we're paying the engineers is because y'all voted on these projects, the hike and bike trail project, the water and sewer line projects. And so those are the checks associated, those big dollar checks. So that's what's associated with the engineering. So what we're actually budgeting for engineering, I was like, let's go ahead and bring it down and just bring more to y'all if it comes up. And then y'all have to make a decision of whether or not you want to spend those engineering costs. But we don't on a day-to-day spend a lot on engineering. Mm-hmm. It's the big projects that you're seeing those big checks written to for projects y'all voted on.
And the liability insurance also.
Yeah, again,
reduced.
It's the same. Yeah, it's just the number that came in.
Is that just the number?
That came in.
So the 83 was.
It's an estimate. I estimated 2% or whatever I did for last year, and the actual number came in, and it just came in lower.
Okay.
I have to, at the beginning of when we start this budget, remember, y'all wanted it earlier, so I started it with a lot of preliminary stuff. So if y'all want more solid numbers, then our first presentation wouldn't be happening till like now.
Okay, so we've got the numbers on the TMRS. We've gotten the numbers on liability.
Property and you got property liability and workers' comp.
Okay, workers'
The only
comp.
one you're waiting on is your health
medical.
insurance. Is your health insurance for employees? Is just your health insurance.
That's it.
And then whatever your property tax and your revenue rate is
Okay,
going to be.
there you go. Just those two. All right.
And if the estimations are going to change, maybe your estimations will change. Your property valuation estimates will change.
All right. Medical.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a little bit. No worries. So as you can see, we have no increases in public works. Your public works, we do have debris removal. I did cut this. This has to do with your trees that fall. And so just know that that's going to be to a little bit of a minimum next year. Public Works, we still are covering their uniforms. In every other department, we cut everybody's uniforms, but they have to be in certain gears. So police, fire, we do pay for their uniforms, as well as Public Works. But you might see a small decrease in that, depending on what the contract comes back at. We went out we use Centus currently, but Melinda kind of went out for bids on that and to see if we can get that number a little bit lower, and so it may come in a little bit lower than that.
Okay, so the Victor pollution liability, is that a new?
No, ma'am. It's that you paid it every year. It's
Okay.
part of TML, but we broke it down this year.
Oh,
It's Victor, but it's a portion of TML for all your water, sewer, TCQ stuff. You've paid it. You
Okay.
have to pay it every year.
all right. Remember that.
Again, I try to bring down your budget to every penny, everything that we actually
And-
spend.
Yeah. I was just noticing, and I think it was the water, the sewer, maybe, this near map 30%, Novos, ShareNet 30%. You had all these percentages. Is that because you're sharing the cost over
All the
all
departments.
the
that can-
departments? I just wanted to verify that I was reading that correct. Okay, thank you.
So Public Works, we're looking at an ATV, a concrete grinder, and equipment trailer. We did move the grappler truck into stormwater.
To stormwater, okay.
Planning and zoning, the biggest change here was I did take out the request for a master plan. Again, that's roughly about $250,000. If that's something that you want to consider, that could be a capital item. She had it as a contractual item, but you could consider that in the future as a capital item. But all those seem to add up, right? You got $300,000 for ambulance and $250,000 for a master plan, and so just keep that in mind. But at some point, you're going to have to do your master plan. Next year, right, Melinda? Every 7 years? So here are all your inspections. So remember earlier when I told you your building permit fees, if you add up all of your building inspections right here, we broke it down Seneca West. These are just our estimation, Sena, Trilogy, and then not the engineering service, but your health inspection. Those numbers add up to your building permit side of your expenditures. Of your revenue side. So that 100,000, 90,000, 90,000, 21, 21, 42, and then your health inspection for 20. My permits now stays the same. Your city attorney, I did drop it. I'm hoping to get the sustainability overlay done this fiscal year, so I don't have anything big planned for next year that he would be reviewing in planning and zoning.
Okay.
Economic development. Again, let's see, get down to the breakdown. There is really no increase here. We did cut under contractual services. I did cut local intel. We're not seeing the traffic there for that, but we did leave Pacer AI, Moody's, and ZacTax. We were able, because he had money left over, we're able to have ED project funding increase. Now, if you take a look at what he's actually generating in revenue, you could possibly move some salary over here if you needed to. Here is your new code and animal control expenditure. And so you'll see, like, there's no history here. It's a new department. Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Campos has a question.
If we can go back to the economic
Yeah, I
development,
was gonna
and you mentioned
Yeah.
possibly moving some salaries. So
Salaries, yeah.
give us an example, some
So,
examples.
sure. So I could do a percentage of Susanna's salary, not all her salary, but a portion of her salary over here. Your economic development is economic and community development, and so a lot of her department is it used to be called the community development department, and so some of her salary could be moved over here. You could probably even move one of your permit techs, a little portion of their salary over here. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Can you go back one more slide?
It's planning and zoning.
Oh, okay. What
You're looking, so this is what you're looking at. So I have to go all the way to the beginning. Bear with me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, it's because it's the revenue piece. It's not going to change a whole lot because your revenue in general fund is all general fund dollars. But it would just lower your project management. But your economic development sales tax is estimated to be about $419,000 next year. So if you subtract what we're paying Mr. Salinas' salary and then all of his operating expenses, he's got, oh gosh, I did the math earlier, a little bit of money left over that you could move some of the salaries, but it would decrease that ED project funding from 192 to like 140 something. So you could move some salaries into this department, but it's not going to really alleviate. It's all general fund dollars, so it's all going to come here.
So there's no movement in the overall deficit?
Not really.
Yeah.
No, but y'all watch this separately. So you're essentially taking from, they don't have a reserve fund from there, if that makes any sense. And so it helps a little bit.
Are you saying there's not a reserve fund for?
No, there's a reserve fund, but what I'm saying
That's
is
for
when
ED.
you don't if you don't use all your ED project funding, then there's money left over goes into the reserve fund. But if you're using that money to pay for salaries versus your ED project funding, then you're not going to have money to go into that reserve line item.
Right. Gotcha.
And there's currently a surplus
Yeah.
of,
Yeah, there's about 900,000 sitting over there.
well, no, just from current revenue to collect.
Yes, there a little bit. I think it's like 30,000.
So I would say that if it's possible, I would move that we consider that.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we're having, so there's these little things that, it's not going to have a dramatic impact on that so you have the 350,000. And so I'm going to try to make that number as small as I can by moving little things around. But when you're talking about big impact, my big concern is really coming up with an additional 50, because if the no new revenue rate comes in at 3 cents or 2 cents, right? It comes in at 2 cents because you're short 167,000. So let's just say the no new revenue rate comes in at, 0.50. You could go up to 3 cents and cover your $300,000 deficit. I don't know anywhere else to cut from your line, from your stuff. Maybe y'all see something, or maybe y'all aren't passionate about something, and then we can cut from other places. And then we can certainly do that. But you would have to make up that deficit by raising your property tax. And so if you're going to the no new revenue rate, my concern is really shifting about that 50,000 mark, 60,000 mark out of your general fund, so you're not having to raise your property tax as much, if that makes any sense. And so I'll make some of those little shifts, but you're not talking an astronomical amount of money. You're talking 10,000 here and 6,000 here. So you're not going to see a huge impact, but I'm trying to get that deficit as small as I can. But I'm looking at faces, so when I say, hey, I'm moving this or that, or hey, you probably need to look at your master plan, or hey, you might want to have designated funds, I'm opening that door for discussion. If I'm not hearing it, then I'm thinking that y'all aren't passionate about that, and so I'm moving on to the next item.
I think once we hear everything, then I think we can come back and visit.
And I'm making a list of what you're saying.
Yeah,
So,
good.
again, I'm waiting for that doggone number at the end of July. That'll give us
the first workshop. We'll hopefully present. We normally present at the coffee, which is on July 26th, and so the number. He's saying that he'll have the numbers July 25th.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'll be ready on July 26th to present
stay
a
up
new
all
number.
night.
And so, but we'll have coming in August. We'll have some better numbers for y'all, definitely, and hopefully by then I'll have some health insurance numbers, or at least the first round. So we'll have a cleaner looking budget, and by then I'll make these little moves that we're kind of discussing to try to alleviate your general fund as much as I can.
Okay.
But that's what I'm trying to get a feel, like if I hear like, yes, we have to keep, or no, don't move, or that's what I'm trying to kind of gauge from y'all. If anybody has some serious heartburn on something, then right now, then I know not to make that move or to go. But if it's still like you're waiting, and that's fine, we can, this budget, y'all aren't approving the budget, it's just a workshop, but that's what I'm trying to gauge right now.
Because, we have to know how much extra or how much money we have to where we can plug into increasing the fire repairs or increasing painting or, fixing the wall, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Yeah. But if y'all said no, we don't
Well,
if I hear like resounding no, or y'all say the treadmill, no, absolutely, and then I'll just pull it. Like, there's no reason for me to, like, if there's anything here that y'all are absolutely against or don't want to see, or that y'all rather have this over that, I'd like to bring that up for discussion. Now, if y'all want to wait, that's fine, but this is the first step of, like, having that conversation. That's why I said this is pretty informal. I'm not trying to, it's not a one-way conversation. I'm trying for it not to be. Public Works, building maintenance, as you can see here, we didn't go up in anything. We're kind of past this already. ShareNet, I answered that question. This is what they were requesting. We're on planning and zoning. You can see that she didn't really have any increases here. I took out the departmental uniforms, all the plaques and trophies. These were all of her building inspections, my permits now and city attorney fees, economic development. This was, you can see he took out miscellaneous expenses.
Well, yeah. $9,000 for the Fiesta medals. Do y'all think that that's a,
See, that's, yeah.
I don't know.
You can cut it.
I mean, I like it, but I mean, if we're cutting other stuff, maybe we ought to not do the medals next year. I mean, it's nice, but it really is. But anyway, what do y'all think? I mean, it's just
And how much are they again?
9,000. 9,000. That could
9,000.
fund something else.
I agree to cut it.
Yeah. I mean, I like them, but not everybody gets a medal either. I don't, how many do we order? Or Miranda? I'm sorry?
Yeah, this year we ordered
1,100. So,
Hey, that was on my original cut list, and then somebody said
and
no.
No, it wasn't me.
and the thing is,
I got medals from 2 years ago.
You can sell them.
we could sell them. Maybe that's what we ought to do. Yeah, and to cover our cost.
Well, maybe so, yeah, because people do sell them, right?
How much does a
Counselor.
medal cost? And
It just depends on what we get. So we've gotten pretty creative over the last few
Mm-hmm.
years. So some of them are really on the nicer side. You just divide, like if you did 1,100, just divide the 1,100 by the 9,000. That'll tell you how much they cost. I mean, we could do
But
that.
There's a lot of people that sell their medals.
$20,
They really
$5,
do.
$10.
Yeah, I mean,
and
I'm
I've brought that
amazed.
up in the past. We've asked,
Yeah.
and the council has not wanted us to sell them in the past. So
Well.
it's up to y'all. I mean, if we order them, you can leave them in there and we can sell them and see how that does.
We ought to try it, I think, maybe for next year. What do y'all think?
I think
Counselor
we
Marsh.
should do two things. One, we should simplify the medals so they're not quite as complex and expensive to minimize the cost, but then also to charge for them, even if it's not the entire cost, $5 a medal or, whatever, just so that we're kind of saving a little bit of money there from the expense. I think it's definitely an item that is.
Betty's got heartburn over there. Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you when you
Counselor
I can already
Kyle, I'm
predict what's
sorry.
going to happen. Y'all are going to leave here, and then I'm going to get the emails from a few of you after you leave here saying, I want to reconsider the Fiesta medals, because there's people at home that are like, no, absolutely not. So I already know. Y'all are going to leave here, and I'm going to get at least 2 emails saying to leave the Fiesta medals in. But
Let me hear from Counselor Heil, please.
Where are we going to sell these medals?
we just sell them
Where?
at the cash register, so we'll just tell them to come to City Hall, pick them up, and they just buy them here at City Hall.
So we're not going to go door to door like Girl Scout cookies.
No.
How about, can we do it at the library?
No.
No. Uh-oh.
No.
Don't add more to
Thank you.
Regina's list. Okay.
No, I would do
I
it
know,
at
we
the
need
registers.
a cashier and all that other stuff.
Yeah, because
so.
once I start selling them, I got to keep track of how many to make sure none went out
Mm-hmm.
for free, that kind of thing.
Okay. Is there anyone that wants to keep them and give them away for free for next year?
I'm comfortable with cutting it. I think if we try to sell it, it's just going to create more work for our staff. And again, an unfunded mandate in another way.
Mm-hmm.
That's just because now somebody's got to keep track of the inventory.
Yeah,
Somebody's
absolutely.
got to reconcile
Sure.
all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really worth the time for our staff? They're overburdened possibly today, cutting the court dates and all, because that's where they're going to
That's
pay
where they're
them.
going to pay.
Right.
So I don't, I hate to ask for more,
Okay.
so
So if
for
y'all are
me,
agreement,
that's,
I have no problem. I mean, I brought it up in the initial round of cuts, and I didn't. So, I mean,
I can live with doing away with them completely.
How about you, Counselor Roscoe?
I have mixed emotions on that, because people, even before we put them out, they're asking for them. They're asking for them. Our citizens are asking for them.
But only
people-
1,100, the
But,
chosen ones
I can
get
live,
them.
I know that we're very tight this year, and I can live with the fact that not do it this coming year, but once we get our feet together, maybe we can bring it back.
Okay.
Agree.
I agree.
Okay, so cut it and maybe look at it for bringing it back the following year. Okay, all right, very good.
We just gave you $9,000.
Thank you. And the police got it in their unfunded state.
Put it in the Veterans Memorial.
Put it in the what?
The Veterans Memorial.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, that's in the budget. I saw it
in
for
there.
14,000.
I cut it from 24. It was a resounding to
Goodness.
decrease, keep it, but decrease the amount.
But I thought the gentleman who presented it to the council said he could do it for 5,000.
I don't know where he
can't?
got his
Okay.
numbers. Not what he's requesting.
All right, just thought
can't do
I'd
it.
ask.
No, so what did you bring it down to?
14.
14,
We
okay.
can probably get it done. What he's requesting is, so we just got a quote for a monument because we had a monument that was destroyed. It was the old school. Anyway, the bank ended up putting it back up and paying for it. But that original quote was $8,800, and it's typically the exact same thing that Daniel's requesting. I mean, so.
8,800?
Mm-hmm.
So-
But that was just putting it back together. The supplies were there, the plaque was there, a car hit it, so they just had to reconstruct it. Was $8,800. So I'm assuming to buy all the materials and the plaque. I mean, it's a good estimation, so I put in 14.
Okay, I was at the American Legion yesterday, and I brought it up, saying that we had so much money allocated, and I told them it was 12,000, I know it was 14.
I mean, we can bring it down to 12 and see what kind of quotes we get.
One of the things that was expressed to me there is that, cutting it in half, it's more than just a memorial. It's something that veterans, when they went into the military, they didn't go in halfway. They gave themselves all of it into the Army, and some of them gave everything, including their lives for it. And a lot of them were Leon Valley veterans, and we wanted to make sure, as the American Legion, they were there, that we give something that is something significant to honor the people that gave their lives
a
for this.
bridge and a street. I mean,
That's pretty good, but the bridge, you go through it, it's hard to, you can't stop and look at it. And I mean, I like the bridge, don't get me wrong, I thought that was a cool idea, but something significant, and bringing it down half, I know we're trying to save money, but they didn't,
So is American
they
Legion willing
didn't
to?
save anything when they gave their lives up.
So is
And I think-
American Legion willing to give money towards the monument? I guess is my question. If they're so yeah, I mean, if they're so passionate about it.
Well, and don't they get money from bingo still?
Well,
I mean, I think they do.
I'm not gonna say how much money they got yesterday, but.
Okay, yeah.
But I'll ask them again. I know that they're trying to get their, stand up again. They lost money during COVID. And, I'll ask them again. And if I can get a contribution, if we can match that and have a really decent memorial for
Yeah,
them.
so the one Daniel presented is just a monument with a plaque on it. It's very similar to the one that's at RBFCU right here at the corner at Grissom. It's dedication to the first school. So that's the one Daniel's basically requesting. It's that one monument with the plaque with the dedicated all the dedicated
branches.
branches with a little saying in the middle. And so that's the one I'm estimating. But the $24,000 one was like the concrete benches with the monument, and so that's the price we got for that one. So if that's what you're wanting, that's $24,000.
I still have the paperwork that you gave us when we did that presentation. I can bring it back up to council, and if they elect to go with it, then I know we got new council members, that give them an opportunity to look at what we saw and see and we can go from there. I know we got to August.
Right. So, I mean, it went to the Park Commission. Park Commission said no. So do you want it to go back through that process again? Like, do you want it to go back to the Park Commission, then back to the council? I'm just curious, like.
No, why don't you let me talk to my colleagues?
Okay,
And
you
let
can't.
let them show them
You
what.
can't talk to your colleagues.
Why don't I give it to you so you can talk to our colleagues?
Yes, we can do it that
And,
way.
You can talk to
and
one
let them
colleague.
know what we did, and then we'll discuss it.
So that's part of this discussion. I mean, that's part of having this open conversation. I mean, there's not supposed to be open conversation, and all of your colleagues at 24,000 were okay with doing a monument that I spoke with, but with a reduced amount. And so 5,000 did come up in that. If you want to have a whole other presentation on that, we can certainly do a presentation just on the stuff that's been presented in the past. We can certainly do that. You can get a second and put that back on the agenda for the 15th. That can definitely be a conversation. So I just need to know what that dollar amount needs to be in this budget year.
Yes, Counselor Campos.
So just for clarification for members of our audience and those watching us, so the amount that we're talking about in the Veterans Memorial Monument, it's really coming out of our capital fund.
Correct.
Not in our operating
Expenditures.
deficit of $350,000 that we're talking about.
Correct.
So just to
Well,
provide some
Right,
clarity on
and
that.
it comes out of the reserve.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
So it
comes-
reduces the
it's
reserve.
amount.
Yeah.
And so when we're talking about like we just, we got off that boat, right? So we were talking about dedicating money for your future ambulance. So that 5 million gets reduced, right? And then you're talking about possibly painting these buildings and doing a building assessment. That's X amount. You also, I've sent y'all the quote for the silos has to be engineered. That's X. So all of those have to be put into, at some point, designated funds or your future capital planning. And so just know that 5 million, as we are speaking, that number is dwindling because you do have things maybe not put in paper that you have officially assigned it to, but you have future needs that are coming up. And so you sometimes will be like, you do a lot of budget adjustments throughout the year, and I'm just going to, because it's the first one on my mind, like homelessness, that was 40,000 that came, and at the end of the year, you're like, oh, because they all add up eventually at the end of the year. So I like to have it budgeted so you know what your reserve actually is versus doing budget adjustments throughout the year. And so if you want to have the conversation about increasing the amount from 14,000 back to 24,000, and you want a special conversation, it's on my retreat for July 1st, so I can give them the presentation on July 1st. If that's something you want to do.
Yeah. And then y'all will see what we've seen.
And that's a lot better. I was going
Yeah.
to suggest just, to meet you halfway and do it to 20,000. And, but yeah, I'll go with your presentation.
Halfway of 24,000.
Yeah.
But
It's not-
so
yeah.
far, I didn't do good in math.
No,
and
not good
algebra,
math there, Mr.
but-
Orozco.
No, but we can talk about it at the July 1st
let's do
meeting,
that.
and then y'all can come up with the number. I just need to know what number y'all would like me to add. But I did remove the side, we're not on that
Okay,
number.
Counselor Marsh.
I would
And then
appreciate that
Counselor-
just to get the background, and because to me, I think just from what I've heard today, we're comparing it to one estimate, one vision. It doesn't mean that a $14,000 monument wouldn't be wonderful. So I think we have to kind of recalibrate to say, what is it that we need to represent in this monument or whatever? And it may not need benches or whatever, but that's kind of the first thing that was talked about, so that's the standard now, so.
Yeah,
I
well,
would
there's just been a
appreciate the
lot of
background.
discussions, because they
This
talked
has
about.
been over probably 3 years.
Yeah, and they talked
3 or
about
4 years.
moving the library annex and
Yeah.
making that a whole monument area. There's been different variations of, huge monument, we've
Yeah,
had different variations.
exactly.
And a bunch of them have gone to the Park Commission. The Park Commission just said, like, they love the military, but they just weren't interested in adding additional
Right.
items.
And I believe Counselor Heil had a comment.
Nothing we're deciding today, but there was a lot of talk where we were putting this. So that would depend on what size monument you want. You don't want something this big.
No,
in an
the
acre, so-
monument size would be, we do it at it's called Veterans Park. You would put the monument there, so you could do you have a lot of land. That was what the Park Commission was like, didn't want this big old elaborate thing, and so then we went smaller with just the best example I can give you is the RBFCU monument sign is the best kind of visual I can give you of what the
And that's not very
residents
big at all. Yeah.
is requesting.
Yeah. Okay, Counselor Campos.
Just one final comment, closing comment for me is, can we also understand the objections from the Park Commission? I did read them, but
She can talk to that. We had
Okay.
a whole.
Yeah.
They wanted to leave that area as an open green space. They didn't want anything in.
Right.
We have Veterans Way, we had Evers Road being designated as Audie L. Murphy Parkway. And plus, we had the bridge, and they were like, we don't think you need it. We think you should leave that as open space. It gets used by the library, it gets used by us for a holiday lighting ceremony, it gets used. So.
And in that discussion, did they know the contemplated size of the monument?
Yes,
Oh,
that
yeah.
was on request by Daniel Rodriguez. He had brought a mock-up.
Okay.
And they got like 3 options.
Yeah. That's right. Okay, so we'll hear more on July 1st. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So this is your code and animal control expenditure listing. Again, this is a new department. I'm trying to get to the penny on everything and how much you spend in IT, how much you spend in animal in code compliance. And occasionally there's grant funding, and I'm kind of hoping pulling this out could help us land some grants here and there. And so, not big grants, but some. And so this is just the cost for next year. And again, this is a little bit of a shot in the dark. We did a lot of estimations. It was grouped in your police department, and they were just paying for their stuff out of operating, really. And so we're breaking it down.
You had 20,000 for animal boarding another place, but you reduced it to 5? And
Yes,
what was
because
that?
we're using the current kennels
Because
that are
of-
there. We bought kennels last year,
Right.
so we didn't have kennels before. So now you have kennels that have AC that are over there. Public Works just laid another slab for a little bit larger dogs. And so that will eventually have an AC in it as well, if it doesn't
Okay.
already. And we're using SA Pets Alive, Austin Pets Alive, and Petland.
And Petland, that's right. It's yeah, okay.
So we're reducing
And those are
the boarding-
additional,
Correct.
but they're not listed
rescues
here.
that we're using. And so we still need boarding for overflow to go to Paul's Ranch or whoever boarding facility we need.
Okay, all right, very good. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Special events.
So this is just the remainder of the code stuff. And then people freaked out over the animal euthanasia. This is when animals are hurt. We try not to euthanize, but we also aren't going to spend thousands of dollars in vet bills. But I know people will catch that and be like, oh my God, you're killing dogs. Well, no, it's when they're injured to the capacity of, or a vicious dog of some sort that we have to put down.
Okay, special events.
Okay, so this
We
is
talked
gonna
about
be-
overtime yesterday, so you
So-
want to address that?
Yeah, so I did cut your overtime. The
Mm-hmm.
10,000 is going to cover your overtime for Christmas tree lighting and Earthwise. The other thing we need to talk about a little bit is if we're cutting 4th of July, we're not going to help with the 5K run. So that's just, but that also comes into determination as well as all your extra veteran stuff that y'all waive. So we do the 9/11 event and we do the flag burning event. And the flag burning event this year kind of got by me. It was a miscommunication among staff. I normally make them move it during regular hours on a work day. So they're not paying over. So we're trying not to pay overtime. I still have to pay a little bit of overtime, but not as much as having it on a Saturday afternoon. So you had to pay for 2 extra public works people. We had to pay for extra fire staff to be out there. And so that typically would not happen during a Saturday. And so all of those, but you waive all of their fees for everything. For 9/11, the staff has to clean up and set up because they can't set up the tables and chairs themselves. They can't clean up. And so, and I have to have staff available for that event. So, all those extra things that you don't see that we don't budget for, that y'all just vote throughout the year as a practice, I need to make sure that y'all are aware that y'all are going to have to do budget adjustments associated with those in-kind grants as they come up through the year, if that's something you're choosing to do. So just putting y'all on notice.
Right.
on that.
As far as the 4th of July for the Historical Society, I think we have for discussion on July 1st a joint meeting, and I'd like to have that joint meeting before we make that decision.
They would just have to pay for their own security. It's not that we can't do it. They just have to pay for security
Yeah,
and
but
barricades.
they don't know that. They don't know the cost. I mean, I just
Yeah,
like to
yeah.
have a dialogue with them.
Oh,
Because we do have a MOU with them, so we are
Yeah, absolutely.
partnering with
Absolutely.
them. So.
But I wanted to bring that up because
Yeah.
we see 4th of July. We don't think about the other small events that kind of
Right.
coincide with that. And so, so on the record, if you're canceling the 4th, either that or you've got to budget money for it.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah. And if you could have the cost of that, how much it would be for that,
Yep,
yeah,
absolutely.
that would be good. All right. Anyone else? Yes, Counselor Campos.
by cutting the 4th of July, can you tell us what the total cost we've saved by doing that? I think it would be helpful for everyone to understand that, because
So, yes.
it was the 100,000
It
that
was
we
the
have.
100, yeah, it was 100,000 here, 50,000 in economic development, and 30,000 from your personnel
So it's 180,000 if I.
that you're cutting,
Okay.
yeah, you're saving by not doing the 4th of July.
Thank you.
Yeah. Gonna have to go to Woodlawn Lake. Hello, or Helotes, or whatever.
Yes, Texas.
Yeah.
You can go, like, if you sit at the rim, I know when I'm leaving the 4th of July on my way home, people are parked at the rim just to watch the Fiesta Texas fireworks show. So we did cut all the events, leaving Christmas tree lighting and Earthwise Living. Again, I left the overtime for Public Works because they have to set up and break down, and police are there that day. We try to use reserve officers, but that 10,000 would cover the Earthwise Living day event and Christmas tree lighting. So there you go. And this one we also cut, just so it's noted, volunteer appreciation dinner, but we also cut the employee holiday luncheon that we do. We cut all the movies in park.
And so is the advertising connected to primarily the 4th of July?
Yeah, so it's your postcards that we would send out,
Okay.
all that stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Your Parks and Rec, people asked about the personnel. That just lives in the Public Works Department. We just leave them all grouped over there. So let's go to the breakdown. You can see there's no additional increases. I sliced their budget. This was the one that took the biggest hit. We kept everything pretty much the same with no increases, or I took it out completely. This also has like your increases in your not increases, I'm sorry, your stuff for your park maintenance, your fields, your nets, but if anything kind of goes wrong, I call it a mow and go city, so if something major breaks, it would just be pulled out and not replaced. Unless the council wants to replace it, we'd come back for a budget adjustment, but for right now, that's how we'll operate, just maintaining what we currently have.
Yes, Counselor Marsh.
So is the pool maintenance cut because the pool is cut, or?
Where are you at? I'm sorry.
Pool maintenance under operating supplies,
6,800.
800?
Oh, yeah, because I just have it under contractual, I think.
Okay.
Where is it at? Repairs and maintenance. Here it is. Your pool contract at 108 and your pool repairs at 75,000.
Okay, so it's just moved, okay.
Okay. Yes, Counselor Campos.
So in our individual discussions, so first of all, this assumes that we keep the pool open, correct?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
I mean, if you
So
want to keep the
that's first
pool.
and foremost, okay.
Yeah.
But I thought we had talked about that the pool repairs, which would be the replastering of this, in this number, it's 75,000, that could be considered as
Yes,
a capital
it
item.
can be considered as a
And
capital item.
I would encourage us to consider moving that.
Yes,
Okay,
that's a
so-
topic of conversation. I just wasn't there
Okay,
yet, but yes.
so
I
move
just
that
haven't-
over
But,
to the
see, I tried
reserve
to
fund?
beat the buzzer. They said, well, you didn't react.
Going
And
there,
I'm trying to
going
react
there.
right now.
He brought up the pool, but I wasn't there. I was on this slide. No, it's there. So it is one of the items that can move to capital. It's one of those that's still up there that can definitely be moved to as a capital
And
item.
tell me your reasoning why you want to do that.
Well, if we all agree to
Mm-hmm.
keep this pool open, the plastering, I believe, qualifies for a capital
Because it's-
expenditure.
Right.
And
5
it
years.
decreases this $350,000 by that 75,000. That's what we're trying
But
to
it
do.
also decreases
Your
our
reserve
fund
reserve fund,
balance.
so it
But
doesn't.
the
yeah.
reserve fund balance was
Our
there for the maintenance and capital items.
correct.
That's what it's
Yes,
for.
absolutely. And so this
Okay,
can be moved,
that
but
sounds more
we were
logical.
having the conversation, again, in our previous conversations, we were talking about quality of life and whether or not we were going to, so I haven't moved that around at all because we haven't decided what we were going to do, whether keep the pool in and keep it out. But as I met with y'all individually, it seemed that was an overwhelmingly something that everybody wanted to do was keep the pool in. So that's the conversation I was going to have this evening, that everybody
Okay.
said that they would like to keep that one pool open. And at some point when we get to the capital part of this and we talk about the dog park, we can have that conversation next, but this could be moved over into your capital.
Okay.
But yes, it would decrease your reserve.
Is there anyone that disagrees that it should not be moved to contractual? Everybody agree?
It's not contract capital.
Capital, I meant capital. I knew that. Okay, capital. I'm still slumber party hangover over here. So anyway, just still tired. Okay, sounds good. So contractual.
Not contractual capital.
I'm sorry, I have it right here. I wrote it down. Capital, CAPITAL, right there.
So yes,
Okay,
so,
excuse me.
but I just wanted to make sure that we were in open conversation, that we
Okay,
were
so we're
in
gonna
fact
move
gonna
that
keep
to
the pool.
capital.
But if you're gonna keep the pool, you had to do the replastering.
Oh, you
but
bet.
yes.
Mm-hmm, it's important.
You also have other repairs that have to be done there at some point. You have plumbing repairs and stuff that have to be done. Just FYI.
Yeah, on top of the replastering,
Oh,
is that
yeah.
what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're not budgeting for it this year, but again, it's,
Okay,
needs to be
okay.
considered at some point.
All right.
Your parks and recreational
Mhm.
capital, of course, there's your hike and bike trail, the lawnmower, the merry-go-round. Everybody overwhelmingly this year said keep the merry-go-round, so we're finally gonna get a new merry-go-round. There's the Veterans Park Monument, as we discussed, we'll talk about that at the retreat, and then the dog park. So you
Yeah, I
have,
didn't-
oh, Carol, what is it, 20,000? Samir sent, so you have 20,000 of that 49,000 as dedicated dog park funds. I know there's been some conversation, from the general public to Samir that he's okay with moving that money to something else, but, we can also just leave it alone for now and take out the 49,000 since you're moving the 75,000 in there. I mean,
Well, I didn't think we made a decision. I thought we
Oh,
wanted
you
to
haven't.
wait, you know.
I mean, you haven't made a decision,
Yeah.
but I put it in there because we have to have the
Yeah,
conversation.
gotcha.
So, I mean, I
Well,
don't know for
because-
next year if you just want to fill in the pool and just leave it as green space until.
Well, I know we talked about doing a survey of the people around the
I
area
mean, that was
first,
one part of the
you know.
conversation, yeah. It's
so-
also a retreat item, I think, so you
Okay,
can wait to
all
then
right.
as well.
Do y'all want to wait till the retreat on that one, on the dog park? Might as well.
I'll tell you, I'm neutral. It doesn't matter either way for me. It's not a priority of mine. And if Samir is willing to allow the $20,000 to be moved, I would rather it go to, and we haven't discussed this, but for computers for the library. That's for me. So
And I agree
So,
with
yes,
that,
Counselor.
Counselor Campos. If we can move that money to benefit the library or other departments, I'd rather do that.
Okay, so
I'm
the question is, who's going to approach Mr. Samir?
I can call him. I can call him.
Okay, I mean, and the
Yeah.
computer,
So,
computers?
I wouldn't do the computers. I would increase their actual line item. So I cut their line item from 30,000 to 21,000. And Regina would agree with me that she needs more materials than she does the
Oh,
computers.
so that 20 would just go to more materials for, and not towards the dog park?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll reach out
What
to
do y'all
some
think?
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. But we have to get his permission, because you
Yes,
said it
'cause
was
it's
in
the
writing
contract.
that he was
Yes,
going to
ma'am. Yeah,
give
I would
it to a
have
dog
get a
park.
contract amendment from him.
Okay, and then we can just, yeah, okay.
But let me reach out to him first via email, see if he's interested in doing that.
All right.
And if he is, then I will put together a contract amendment for him. And because it's under 50,000, we don't have to bring it to council, but if y'all are in agreement with that, I can certainly work that up with him.
Oh, okay.
So
I
that
may
would
bring
be-
it up anyway.
That would
'cause I
be
don't wanna-
moved
Bring it up
to,
anyway for public
moved to the
meeting.
library for additional materials, is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. Okay, very good.
All the
thank
other
you.
directors are super jealous right now. Anyway.
She won the Maytag Award. Okay.
Anyway. So there's a
And
lot.
so then that would free up 29,000, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. So
That's
that
what I'm
would go-
saying, and then you're gonna put the 75,000 over there, it just kinda
Exactly.
helps a little bit.
So that, okay, and we'll just, what I'm understanding, we're not going to do anything, we'll put the dog park on pause then.
Yeah,
Correct.
You can
Oh,
talk about it at
on
the retreat.
pause. On pause, no, I'm just teasing. Okay.
But I want to mention you, I've had 2 park surveys, and both park surveys have overwhelmingly requested a dog park, so just throwing that out there.
Okay, well,
Library expenditures, And I have no dog. I have no dog in that fight. For the evening. Library expenditures.
So,
So you can take a look at the breakdown. I'm sorry.
so tell me where that additional 20,000, would
So
that
right
be in
here
library
under-
supplies?
Yeah, see, under library materials,
Uh-huh.
I cut her budget. She was requesting
31.
31. I cut her down to 20. And then we just split the baby, or split it among all the materials. So she'll get her 31 back, and it'll just increase. See all these decreased amounts?
Mm-hmm.
It will increase back to those amounts on the side. See?
But she'll get the 20,000, but it'll go in different areas.
She has 20,000.
Mhm,
This
yeah.
is the breakdown of the 20,000.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are going to give her the
20,000.
correct. So that would increase this by these amounts, and then she'll increase, a little bit more. So we could do it to where we take 10,000 here and then buy 3 computers instead of the 6 that they're requesting. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to hear from Regina, but yes, Ms. Merce.
Could you ask Mr. Shahadi if it could just be an undesignated library donation, and then we can use it with the additional computer,
So he's giving a lot to the library already, and so that's why I need to have the conversation with him. So we can't speak like this is going to happen. He gives
Okay.
side donations to the library already, quite a bit on the side to the library. So I'm going to make the request on the 20,000, and then we would increase her amount for her requested amount. Whatever's remaining, then that's how many extra touch computers I will buy. But it won't be 6. It would probably be 2 or 3. But it's a compromise to getting the computers, some computers in there. But you won't get, we won't put all 20,000 in library materials. It'll be the 11 that she's requesting,
Okay,
and the
I
other
see what you're
10
saying.
going towards the computer portion.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, Counselor Heil.
Question, since he had designated a dog park, can we use it for do we need it for other animal areas? Do
That's
we
up
need?
to y'all. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's that's a conversation y'all need to have. What? I mean, do you want another kennel back there? We have space for another kennel. He can give the 20,000
Well,
for another.
I think we
kennel
need
space.
to. I think we need to hear from Mr. Shahadi.
But do you want me to make the request on the library? I mean, she's saying more animals. So does anybody agree with her instead of the 20,000 going to library? Does anybody agree with
I
her?
mean, it can be split up. It doesn't have to all go to one thing, right?
Well, no, he's already given money.
I'll let you speak, Tina. Just a minute. Let's finish this discussion. I will definitely hear from you.
So yes. I mean, he could give, I think his thing was animals. So he broke it down to trees, animals. He already gives a side donation to the library. That's why I'm a little bit hesitant to say that he's going to give that money to the library, because he already does that through the Friends.
Right.
He's just passionate about that stuff, and that's something he does on the side.
Mhm.
And so I think this 20,000 was designated to the animal piece, because there's another component he gave us was to the tree mitigation piece. That was an extra 20,000 that he wanted to use for trees. So he did the development, but he did side donations just to benefit the city, I guess. And so one of those was dog park, because he wanted to benefit the animal side of things. So I don't know. He may say no to the library because he gives, and he may want that to be dedicated to animals undefined.
Okay, very good. All right, Ms. Chasen.
Council,
Hi.
citizens. As I stated previously, in my discussions with Mr. Shahadi, and we talked about the dog park, because I had gathered, along with Ms. Heil, information about the downside of dog parks. And we've expressed that before at previous council meetings. Mr. Shahadi said to me, and I believe also to Ms. Heil, that he would be willing to take the $20,000 he had promised to develop a dog park and shift it over to whatever you were developing in the city to house our dogs, because so many dogs were being dumped. He wanted the money allocated for the animals, because we had nothing here before for the animals. He was very pleased to find out what we were doing and what Crystal had done as far as acquisition of the kennels and the air conditioning and the improvements. And he said he would be very willing to donate the money towards that, so it would be increased if we needed extra cement areas, buildings, covers from the elements, whatever, just to make sure this one part of Leon Valley that has been so empty for so many decades here, as far as caring for the animals that are dumped or strayed or run away, whatever. So I'm not really, I mean, you can ask Mr. Shahadi whatever you like, but I will also be talking to him because we both feel very strongly about this, that it goes to the animals. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes. Councilor Mersch.
I know that we got an estimate or a quote for the dog park of the 49,000, but is it possible to do a less deluxe?
That is the least deluxe.
That is the least
That is the
deluxe.
least deluxe that you got. Yeah.
Okay.
Now you can, I mean, Melinda is going to jump in and say you just take out less amenities for them or whatever, you know.
I mean, do the dogs really need the pipe to run through or
I mean,
whatever?
we don't even think we even have that.
I don't even
I
think
we
they
had a
had it. It
couple
was
of
just
jumpy
water.
jump-
Well, we
waters
had
and-
water over there already.
Have water, but you still need
Yeah.
to put the fountains
Yeah.
with the water
Mhm.
bowls and the cleaning stuff. And but we did have a couple of, I think, runs, right, Melinda, for the dog park. We didn't put like in that 49,000. It wasn't an extravagant dog park. It was additional fencing to separate the large dogs from the small dogs. I mean, it was a basic
Okay.
dog park.
Councilor Bolton.
Is it broken down by like, this is the fencing cost, this is how much
Got a
each
quote for
individual?
it, yeah. And I think it's in your packet. If you go to that portion of your packet, if I'm not mistaken, I put the quotes in there, the PowerPoint with the
Okay.
quotes in there. It's part of that.
Thank you.
And that big old binder, if you had a chance to go through it, it's in there.
Okay, so.
I'll reach out to
you
him
reach
just
out
to
to him
double
and
check.
see.
If he says it goes to the animals, that's fine too.
But I think I heard the council say they'd like, if possible, go to part to the library.
Yes, so
Yeah.
I'll ask him.
Okay. If he's amenable to that. So, okay. All right.
So this is the library. We went over that. No other increases, no other major cuts. We're moving on to the enterprise fund. You're doing well here. Your operating revenues are sitting at 5 mil. Your operating expenses are sitting at 3.3. Your transfer out for debt is 106. Personnel services is 1.3. Just remember, last year we moved all the salaries over from water fund into the general fund, so that's some of the impact this year too that you're seeing. Capital is 1.4. This is just the breakdown of your enterprise fund revenue. The majority of it is in sewer sales. These are your expenses. The majority of it here is on the contractual side. Your enterprise fund expenses by department, again, it is your sewer side. This is the overall breakdown, leaving your ending fund balance at $3 million. We try to break down water, sewer, and stormwater. So let me just kind of get to the water department. You can see here, I left pretty much all of Melinda's request here. I'm hoping that, so the construction crew, the water crew, even your maintenance crewmen sometimes have to help when we have large water main breaks. They have to go out there, you know, and it's all hands on deck situation. You only have 4 utility people. And so sometimes when you have a large main, you can't do that with 4 people. And so everybody's all hands on deck. So people come from other crews to help. And so we do leave all of her costs the same here. So all your construction costs, your fleet, your registration, your personnel, boots and protection, your water maintenance, all your unplanned supplies, all that we left pretty much the same.
Oh.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor Campos.
When there's main breaks, I think there was one
This past weekend.
this past weekend, right? So if it was all hands on deck, so do the wages from those individuals who are not on our water crew, did they get allocated over to?
So there's some. So if you look at the percentage breakdown on the salary worksheet that I've got you, I think I put all the utility there, and I think I got a little bit of your construction guys over there. But for that day, no, like, I mean, it's just kind of one of those things. But For
get it
that
done.
water main break, I want to say it was just our water department. Sometimes we call in a construction company. Sometimes it's Clark Construction. I mean, depending on how big it is, how many people we have, you know, water licenses sometimes come into play. I mean, depending on what it is, what's going wrong, because it could be the water tower. It could be like the water tower, the lightning got hit. We had to call in a company to come in and fix that system for us, and we had to wait on them. So the guys have some general knowledge to be able to fix a lot of our things, and they have the ability to do, you know, well, I've seen them do some pretty major main breaks, but if it's really, really big, gushers and stuff, we're calling a contracting company. I mean, right, Melinda, for the most part? Bravo. I was trying to think of
So-
say Clark, but Bravo.
Do we feel that the portion of the construction crews allocated properly?
I mean, I
or is there
went
some?
through those percentages with y'all last year, and, you know, we had lengthy discussions on what those percentages look like. We can take a look again. I can give you all those percentages again. It's kind of one of those things, like it just depends on a given year. Some years I'm utilizing the construction crew more with the water crew. Some years is a really good year and I'm not. They're dealing with streets more than they're dealing with the water. So it's kind of one of those things that fluctuates.
With our aging infrastructure, I don't know if we should reevaluate that
Okay.
to see that.
I can take a look at that.
Yes, Counselor Marsh.
So I know I don't have as much background as everybody else does, but so I think what I'm hearing is that you make a general percentage distribution of these personnel costs to the different areas, but you don't do any real-time floating of the salaries to the other
Yeah, you can't.
account.
You can't do that. You have to budget appropriately, and it's best estimation.
Okay.
So you can't do real-time floating into the enterprise fund and budget appropriately for it, because I could have one water main break all year, I can have 12. I could be a lot of my time, because I think 5% of my salary comes from the water fund, or 10% comes from the water fund. Sometimes water takes up, when we have the rate increases, water is going to take up a good portion of my time here. I'm going to be filtering calls, answering questions. Sometimes I'm the person that gets the end of the rope after Melinda said no to the increase and David said no, and then it's like, oh, you get my boss, and so then I get to say no, and you know, so it just depends on any given year who's using what. Sometimes the court personnel, they're the ones that process all the utility payments. Jennifer gets more calls sometimes, more times than David does, and so it just depends on the situation, the given year, what's going on with the water department. And so last year, for years and years and years, slowly, they try to alleviate, without raising property taxes, try to alleviate the impact on general fund. So year after year, we were slowly moving salaries over to the water department. And so you were paying for a lot of different salaries out of the water department. And so last year, because we were looking at rate increases, we took a look at the salary amounts, and we did about $250,000 worth of salary costs, and we moved them over into the general fund. And so you're seeing a little bit of that impact this year. But we also have already done a rate study. You do have expenditure over revenue sitting fairly well, that I could still move some money over there and be okay. I could probably move about $200,000 over there. But I don't want to put you back in the position, because that was Mr. Bradshaw and Jed Hefner and council. Even though they're not sitting on this dais anymore, they're still residents. And that was their big argument, was that we were having to raise water rates because we were using the enterprise fund to supplement your general fund. So I'm trying really hard to not go back in that direction. And so I'm trying to make sure that every request that I'm moving over there, whether it's the N-code, whether it's salaries, it's a true justifiable amount that I can tie actual numbers to. So that's where I'm at with that. But yes, we can take a look at the construction crew. I can take a look at those percentage slices, and I can certainly take a look at some of the salaries and adjusting for that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
So capital in the water fund is just water mains and water rights. Sewer fund, here's the breakdown. Just main parts, sewer camera repairs, manhole lids, hand tools. We have to pay SAWS our service fee. Our portion of ShareNet and EarMap is all in here. There's the portion of Encode. There's your sewer main replacement, stormwater, just your allocation for your fleet maintenance, your gloves, your trimmers, stuff like that. Your debris removal, that's the other portion that you could take for some tree stuff if it's in the creek. Street maintenance, sweeper maintenance, repairs to any drainage system stuff. And there's your other portion for Nearmap and ShareNet. The big things we're taking out of here is the wood chipper, the backhoe, and the brush removal truck. The other thing that I talked to Melinda about is the trailer that's sitting on the other side. You could possibly move the trailer over here because you need the trailer to move all this equipment. So that 7,000 that's sitting there, you could move that over here if you need to.
To stormwater? Okay.
Red light camera, this is the conversation I wanted to have. As you can see here, we don't think that we're going to make what we actually budgeted for in red light cameras. We had a big hit this year in revenue mid-year after there was a lot of media coverage about whether or not to pay your red light camera ticket. And so we took a big hit this year. We don't think we're going to hit the $2 million that we budgeted, and so you're going to have to take that from your reserve amount. That's going to dwindle your reserve amount to about $329,000. So that means you're starting this fiscal year with $329,000. It's up to y'all. My recommendation is to leave it the same, suck out the reserve and continue to pay your Shell personnel services. You're going to have to make a serious decision at some point, more specifically, more likely next year or the year after on those salaries, and that $315,000, or you're going to have to reduce your operating expenses or something else. So just know that that is coming. This will be probably, unless we see an uptick in red light camera payments.
I mean, look at the trend of the fund balance.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it
It's
does go
not
down. Yes,
self-sustaining.
no, it's going down. But we didn't anticipate the stuff to happen the way it happened mid-year this year, and so we took a bigger hit. We did project a decrease from last year to this year, but it was just a bigger hit, $500,000 hit. So you're going to have to take that from your reserve fund balance.
Yes, Councilor Campos.
What's the cause of the increase of the contractual services?
What did I put over there? Hold on. La, la, la.
I don't know.
Don't know.
I was going to say, because she took
If
out
you
the,
know, hold on.
she took out the,
Personnel services, I guess. Personnel. And we actually added your liability insurance over here.
26,000.
The 26,000. Like what? But this is.
There was some other slide that I was looking at that you were flipping through here. I don't know where it was.
So it's this
They're
one.
right here, 986,803 in contractual services, and it goes to 1,037,558.
Oh, for this upcoming budget, yeah.
What's over there? Your what? Oh, traffic safety. That's where it's at. I was like, where is that at? Okay, yeah, we had this conversation earlier. It's this one here, contractual service and traffic safety. And I want to say it was personnel cost. There it is. It's this one here.
I don't.
So it's remember when I was talking about your Axon equipment? This is your Axon equipment, but for the police side.
Okay.
So remember I told you we had to increase
the body cams.
The body cams.
Mm-hmm.
So that went up. Again, I don't, like, there's certain things from here that you can shift out if you need to, but red light cameras isn't, I kind of look at it like your street maintenance fund, like we take it down or deplete it. It's your reserve fund and your red light camera. That's the whole reason I kept savings, and everybody's like, just use money from your, and I'm like, nope, you need to save money, and so this is why.
Can we go back to the red light camera?
Yeah, that was the traffic
safety. So it's red light camera and traffic safety.
Traffic.
This is the summary page. And then I break it down to red light camera expenditures. This is your red light camera, and then your traffic safety expenditures. And so your big increase here is in your contractual services, 30,000 here, but the biggest contributor for the 30,000 is your Axon equipment increase, which is 14,000. And there's some increases here. Now, this trusted driver that we're bringing on will also probably be able to move some of it over into your court technology, because we buy your ticket writers out of court technology. My hope is that this shared driver, you won't need ticket writers anymore. But I need an overlap a little bit, because I love to launch things and for it to go seamless, but if it doesn't go the way I want it to go, you have your backup ticket writers. Does that make sense? And just like right now, I'm live streaming on your new PEG channel, but I still have Swagit going because I want to make sure it all works before we transfer. So I have both trusted driver in there, but I also have some stuff in court technology just to make sure that everything works the way it should. I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket and it doesn't work.
Yeah, Councilor Orozco.
Dr. Caldera, Chief Gonzalez gave a presentation on.
The flock cameras?
Yeah, the flock cameras. Are we going to have some expenditures to be able to operate that?
I've already done that this year.
And it's coming out of the red light camera? Because I didn't see it on there.
Yeah, no, it won't be
The
because we
grant,
paid
wasn't
for
it?
it this year. The flock cameras are paid for by the grant.
Grant, yeah,
And
that's what I thought.
If we
It's
get
a
it.
grant.
And then next year.
So it's for 2027, then that we would have to allocate expenditures for that?
It all depends when we sign the contract.
I see.
So we
Haven't
haven't
signed
signed
it
the
yet.
contract, we haven't gotten a grant, we cannot put any money aside for this, because there is no money.
I see, okay. So how does it look? Hopefully we'll get it. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you.
And so if it comes again, you have 98,000 still sitting there, and it could be something that you could deplete. My big thing with your red light camera fund, again, it was to make sure you had enough money to cover yourself if this were to ever happen. That's why we built your reserve up so high, and you had almost $1 million sitting there. It happened. I just thought it wasn't going to happen for another year or two. So it just happened sooner than I anticipated. That's fine. That's what it was there for. That's what we're going to use it for. Then what we'll start doing next year is pulling items out of here, and you'll have to move it over into your general, or whatever you want to keep from here, you'll have to move over to your general fund. You should already, by 2030, be taking all of your salaries year by year out of here, because your red light camera contract will end in 2037. And if it completely depletes, like if you're not getting the revenue to cover your ATS contract, which is this here, then you can get out of your contract sooner. However, right now it's still helping cover, you still have money there to help cover the salaries, that 315 in salaries that we're transferring out.
Yes, Councilor Campos.
Crystal, I keep asking you to clarify something every time this comes up.
Yeah.
Tell the audience how many police officers are being paid out of this red light camera.
Six.
Six is what I've always thought.
Six.
Yeah.
So those would have to be at one point.
So it's the 700. So it's the 709,968 plus your 300 in shared services. Where is it at? Sorry, personal services. 315,000 down here. So it's all of your personnel services and all of your shared services. So it's total out of your red light cameras, because it's traffic safety and red light cameras. It's your 925 and your 315. But as long as you generate enough to cover your contract, you can't get out of your contract. So as long as you're generating the 798,000, you have to continue with your red light cameras. But then you also have to pay for, if you want to keep that personnel. Now, 2 personnel would go away. They're your red light camera hearing officers. And I gave you all the number last year, and I can give you what that number looks like. But that remainder of the cost would have to be siphoned over into your either your general fund. Maybe crime control can take a little bit of a hit, but for the most part, it's going to be.
I thought we had a healthy balance in crime control.
But you're not trying to take from reserve to cover your salaries. Your crime control reserve is for equipment, not for operating expenses.
And
Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor. And good thing that you're going to work on it on 2030, because lessons learned, but Coney's Heights did not prepare for this. And not to go after our sister city, but it's imperative that we do prepare for it. It's going to happen, like you said.
Well, I did prepare for this to happen.
Exactly. And,
Right.
And I'm thanking you
So
for
I
it.
get to say, whoever was doubting me, I told you so. So whoever's sitting at home, I told you so. But it was, I mean, it was a constant spend your 900, buy more vehicles out of here, and I was like, you need to have a healthy reserve. I'm predicting this is what's going to happen. And it happened. It just happened sooner than my anticipated time frame. And so, that's exactly what took place. And so we're taking it to fulfill the fund balance. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope maybe by the end of the summer, we'll have a little bit of an uptick, and maybe this number will go up a little bit. So I'm hopeful. And then next year, we're projecting where we're ending up this year, and hopefully we won't go down anymore, and then we'll have a better idea of what we're looking at.
Okay, very good, thank you. Any other questions on red light camera or traffic safety?
American Rescue, we just have to account for it because we're still paying for our ambulance out of there. Here's your crime control. Your revenue is $440,000. Your expenditures are sitting at $429,000. So you can see you have a little bit of money there. It does fund half of your assistant chief, 1 patrol officer, and 1 investigative sergeant.
But you said it doesn't. It can only be used. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yes, it can.
But
So
show
crime
that
control.
show that ending fund. I saw that tonight.
Yes,
819, and I
so
thought,
you don't use that for your salaries. You can only you should only be using that for your equipment. So we'll purchase cars out of there. We'll purchase equipment out of there because it can only be used.
Even though
for
we do
police.
fund 3 police officers.
Well, 50% your
50%
assistant
and then
and
the
2
other
for
2.
the other. Yes.
So we're able to do 3, but no additional.
Well, no, you only have a difference. So you're taking your 440 and your 429. You subtract the 2. That's the difference you have remaining that you can use. So it's like
Oh, okay.
11,000. So roughly,
I got you.
I was
That's
saying
with
I can
the tax.
correct.
Yeah, for
so
the year. Gotcha.
I can move some ammunition over here. I can move, some little things from the general fund police into this. Or I can take it off of red light camera and make sure I leave you with 100,000 fund balance and put it over here.
But with that 819, what can you purchase? Like cars or, vehicles?
Yes, so you'll see, I don't know if we moved it over yet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's supposed, I think there's a car in, there'll be a car in here.
Okay, anything else?
No, but you could put your Axon.
But your bunker gear.
You could possibly put your Axon equipment in here.
Okay.
It is an operating expense, but you can use that and you hit that reserve fund. You typically don't use because it's not a capital item, but you could do that.
Oh, okay. Yes, Councilor.
Keep in
Campos.
mind that we still have upcoming radios that we're going to have to purchase in the future. And so we're going to need money for that.
Can we use that fund?
Yes.
For the radios?
Yeah.
And that's why, you don't
Realize
want to hit this fund too hard.
Okay.
Because we need to prepare for the future because it's coming. Right, Chief? It's coming.
Well, that's good to know because I was thinking we were going to have to, work with Bear County and ask them again, please help us.
That
Yeah.
800 isn't going to cover. It's not going to cover your radios.
All right, but at least we have a healthy reserve.
Yeah,
there. I
and the
didn't know.
radios. It's a weird it's a weird conversation because each individual radio technically is in a capital item, so it'll be put in as probably a contractual item, and you'll hit your reserve fund as an operating expense. It'll be a little funky, but but yes, you could use some of that money.
Okay, that's good to know.
Sorry. Expenditures for your crime control, we're onto the community and conference center, 168,000 in revenue. Expenditures are sitting at 166, so you're not going to have much go into your reserve fund. I did take out her requested capital, so we're going to sit and wait. Hopefully we can get the community and conference center rented. One of the big projects we're going to be taking on this upcoming year is taking a look at all your fees. So we're going to be going through your fee appendix, and this is one of the fees or one of your rental rate for this, but all your fees we're going to be going through those this upcoming year. Your community and conference expenditures. It's a very small budget. You're just using it to fix the community and conference center throughout the year. Making sure that you're paying, the biggest cost is paying your water, your electrical, you heat and you cool the community center 5 days a week for like 4 or 5 people sometimes to play dominoes because the Northwest seniors are in there. So but that's a big chunk of where a lot of your money goes to fund the community and conference center is your electrical. Street maintenance tax, we just deplete this fund. It can only be used to, for street maintenance. It didn't look, I was looking for the piece of legislation. It didn't look like it made it very far. And so,
That was the one that we wanted to.
yeah, to be able to use it for new construction. So
construction,
we're sitting here
yeah.
for, but it's just street maintenance. So we can only use it for slurry seal, anything to do with the maintenance of the street, but you can't use it for reconstruction. Special revenue funds, these are just our baby funds, but when we're talking about court technology, this is what I was talking about here, possibly moving the shared driver over here eventually. We'll go into this, but LEO's funds can only be used for training for police, building securities, your bailiffs, child safeties, your school crossing guards. That's your debt service payment, and then we're anticipating police forfeiture. That's hopefully we'll get a bigger check than that. But
So would you explain that debt service?
that's your debt service.
But is it paid out of the INS?
Yeah,
you know?
that's your interest and sinking
Yeah.
fund. But it is the building. We consolidated all your debt, so it is your bond for the building,
Okay.
the fire truck.
We're still paying for a fire truck that we don't have, yeah.
We have to, a certificate and a bond.
and the bond.
So what you're seeing right there is the money that we're going to move from the enterprise that is going to pay for that bond because it belongs to the enterprise.
Oh, it's the water tower.
Yes.
Oh, it's the water
so
tower.
that's the interest that we're going to, no, sorry. That's the money that the water is going to give to the debt service, the 595.
The water's going to give
for
to
the
the,
payments for the debt.
okay,
And also a part of the INS tax rate.
okay.
Yes.
That's what I was, INS. Yes, go ahead, Counselor.
So we've had citizens voice that we should have bonds, float a bond for this and that. But we've had in the past, and I don't know when, but where we've used bonds to buy equipment, such as a fire truck?
Right.
That is no longer in use,
Well,
that it was funded on a long-term bond obligation.
20-year
And that's not
C of
something
O.
you don't want to do. And so, and I would imagine you're not going to buy any equipment that doesn't meet the life of the bond, salaries and stuff like that. So for those citizens
we
that
did
believe that, our secret to get out of a deficit is through funding bonds, it's not that case.
The bond should be used for long-term infrastructure. You do
Right.
it for city hall improvements, if you're redoing maybe your community conference center. If you wanted to get a bond package together because you wanted to do your pool and your restrooms at the park and, the library annex, like if you're doing a complete public improvements infrastructure the infrastructure is going to be there for the next 50 years, or the next 30 years, that's what you're kind of looking at. Now, there's been big bond projects for streets. Some cities have done some large bond projects for street improvements, and so that's something that y'all can consider. I mean, not now, but at some point, if you need a bunch of some street reconstruction, with us going in and doing the water stuff, that we've approved the water infrastructure, that'll go hand in hand with some street improvements because we'll be in there for the water already. And so that will be part of that contract a little bit. And so, so you'll kind of get bang for your buck kind of situation when we're dealing with the water and the street situation there. But if you wanted to do a bond, because for public works more particularly, has been an ongoing conversation, since 2014. And so if y'all are looking at doing a bond package, but just know that it'll increase your INS rate, which will impact your tax rate. So just to kind of go over personnel, salaries have been adjusted to current market. So what is in here as part of that 5% personnel increase is we're bringing people up to market. I know I had one council member ask me they wanted to see each individual person's increase. I gave that to y'all all already on 519. I'm not, again, the way I did it was based on years of service. There's no other, that's not on performance. It's just bringing people to market based on their years. Again, I do have projected health insurance in there for 14%. That hopefully will come down. I don't know what that will look like. Longevity pay is in there. It's a tiered system. Here is the coverage for the health insurance. We got the funds in for retirement. It's coming in at 20.12. The other piece of legislation, just to kind of put you on notice, is that passed is TMRS is going to be allowed to go to 8%. So we're at 7. I don't know what that looks like as far as dollars goes, but if the governor signs it, then TMRS will have a new tier of 8%. So that at some point, I know the employees are going to want y'all to have that conversation of whether or not y'all would be interested.
And
in
we're at
doing-
7 right
We're
now.
at 7.
Mhm. Right. But that's going to cost additional
It
dollars.
will cost additional
Mhm.
dollars, absolutely.
Definitely.
So I do put the holidays, the Christmas holiday in here because we do shut down from Christmas Eve until after January the 1st. We reopen January the 2nd. The next public hearing will be August the 19th. Formal adoption, we're hoping it will be around the August 19th timeframe. It may not be. Estimated date for the tax rate, and that concludes my budget presentation. If y'all have any questions.
All right. Well, I just want to, I'll certainly open it up for any further comments, but I just want to thank Dr. Caldera and our finance director and all of the department heads, because I know we've been working on this for a while, and I know you put a lot of time and effort, and we greatly appreciate it. And we're making some progress, you know?
Little by little.
Yeah. I mean, it used to be 1.3 or 1.8.
Started off at 1.8.
It was like, what? Wow, I've never seen it that high. So so anyway, kudos to all of y'all, and thank you so much for all your efforts. Really appreciate it. Any other, yes, comments? Yes.
Thank you,
Councilor
Mayor.
Orozco.
Crystal, the governor just signed a bill for the Valerian tax for 65 and over. How is that going to affect us?
It is going to impact y'all. Well, it depends. I mean, it's got to still go to the voters for a lot of those.
Oh, there's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of portions to that. It won't for this particular budget. If it goes into effect, so the election will happen in November. It'll go
Right.
into effect in January of 26 for that tax year. My understanding, and this is what I told the mayor because I'm not 100% sure, and I'm hoping that when I go to my training tomorrow and Saturday, that I'll get a little bit of clarification. It's not supposed to be for the preceding tax year. It's supposed to be for the tax year oncoming is the way I'm reading it. Maybe I'm wrong. And so you will see that impact not in this budget, but next year's budget. And there's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of increases. I mean, it's the highest tax bill thing passed in a long time, and so the only way to combat any of that is going to be with raising your property tax. But there's a lot of exemptions. I think there's 4 big ones that will impact you.
Okay, and my second question is, and refresh my memory, I know that we had a lawsuit for the opiate, and they just settled for $7.4 billion. Do we still have a dog in that
Got
race?
30,000. It was a percentage split, and we've gotten I think 14,000 of that 30. So you won't get any more. So they did it based on the big cities got it. So like San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, all the smaller cities got like 7,000, 10,000. They did it by percentage appropriations.
Okay, thank you, and great job. This is a more detailed budget that I've seen in, thank you.
Ever. Yeah. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Campos.
So Crystal, Carol, thank you. This is a lot of detail. And for the citizens at home, every one of these numbers, you've got the detail for it. These are not guesses. This is our best estimates based on experience that you've got, input from your staff. You've questioned the staff. You've reduced expenses. I think you did a phenomenal job. There's increases in personnel cost, in supplies and contractual services. And still, even with revenue going down, which we never would have anticipated. I mean, we somewhat anticipated revenue at one point being hit when we raised the exemptions, right? We kind of anticipated that would be a hit to our top line.
Yeah.
But I don't think we ever publicly said to the audience, to our citizens, that there is a possibility of having property assessments being reduced in that $40 million. That is a big thing to overcome. And you've attempted to do that. I think y'all did an excellent job. But I want to point out to the citizens that this means that we have beyond a very bare bones budget. You've done a significant amount of cuts, and there may not be where we're going to be able to say, oh, citizen A, B, or C saying, I need some extra services. hey, we probably can't do it. And we're not going to be able to repair things as quickly as what we've done in the past. However, there will be things that you may want to bring, you will bring to us that said, look, this needs to be taken into consideration, individual items at a time for budget adjustments, right? But I just want to make sure that the citizens are aware of that. And, you know, if we're thinking that, okay, our rate's got to be the same, I am not of that opinion. Okay, I think our rate's going to have to increase, and this is just my sole opinion. Okay, and you know the new net revenue.
No
new revenue rate.
Yeah.
Is going to have to go up because we're seeing we don't have the same revenue in ad valorem taxes. Okay,
that's my point. Yeah.
So again, I want to thank you. I did notice that we're cutting some things even more. We've got the 9,000 from what I jotted down, 9,000 for Fiesta Metals, the plastering going from the operating to capital. We've got moving at least 8,000 to Encode, if I understood that correctly. Correct, to the water fund. We're going to look at minor allocation changes from the general fund to the water fund. So, you know, we're trying to really get this under control. And I think all of us have been through these sessions and all of us have given you input. So again, thank you for the job that y'all are doing and thank you for all your department heads. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You bet. Okay. All right, a labor of love. Okay, anyone else? Okay, well, thank you all very much. If there's no...
July 1st, next meeting?
Yes, July 1st is our next meeting at 5 o'clock, and we will meet in the large conference room. It'll be a continuation of our annual retreat that we started on May 31st, but did not get through it all. So hopefully we will get through it on Tuesday, July 1st at 5 p.m. And then after that is the 4th of July. And at 6 o'clock, I think it'll be, and no parade, but we will all be there with our red, white, and blue.
Hey, run has been moved to back here. I don't know if y'all have gone.
No,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I didn't know about the 5K run.
So in order, we were trying to make the numbers work for the police. And so we found that we needed reduced police personnel if we relocated the race. It's going to go, Crystal, where are you at? I'm going to say it wrong.
Okay.
Up El Verde, so you're going to get all the El Verde people upset probably.
Oh, boy. But there's a nice new hike and bike trail that they can
They're
run.
trying to utilize that.
Yeah, that's
thank
right.
you for having me. So the Shadow Mist trailhead over here, that's where it's going to start.
The
And
Shadow Mist Park?
Shadow
Oh,
Mist
okay.
area,
Uh-huh.
the street right there, Shadow Mist.
It's not going to be at the Northwest Little League? Oh.
Yep, so we're going to
that's
start
a
at Shadow
big-
Mist, and we're
that's
going
a
to come
big
all the way
change.
up to the trail.
Uh-huh.
And you're going to go over to Jeff Loop, come down El Verde,
Mm-hmm.
come back on the trail, 2 laps, and then go back to Shadow Mist.
Okay.
And so we're going to use that empty parking lot or empty lot area as a parking lot
Mm-hmm.
for them. This really minimizes the amount of barricades and cones that we have to purchase. We don't have to purchase
Perfect.
any. And so the numbers are going to significantly go down for that. So
Okay,
when
great.
you're asking for costs for the 5K,
Mhm.
that's what I need to know. So when you meet on July 1st, what route are they in favor of? We can get actual costs for each route because each route will be different. Amount of barricades, cones, security. It's impacted by intersections. Major intersections impact that cost. So.
Okay, now, I just want to be sure, number one, are we going to put this in the e-news and wherever on the
Yes,
website?
so she already has it on her
routes?
website.
Okay.
She already has it on her website, and she's already shared some information as a flyer, and I put that in the e-news already. I told her that I would, out of the kindness of my heart, make door hangers and do the 26 houses here.
I was going to
for
say,
her.
we need to communicate to the citizens on El Verde Road for sure. So, and
yeah,
I'll help
so
you.
compromising-
I'll help you go door to
compromising
door.
her, moving the
I'll
logistics.
be glad to do that.
I'm going to go
Yeah.
and do door hangers for her.
Okay.
So, yep.
Now, if you need help, I love to walk. So, yes, Councilor Mersch.
Is there enough parking at Shadow Mist? I mean, that's not a real big space at that trailhead.
So after we met as a team and Chief and Fire and Public Works, we all met, and we felt confident that there is parking not only here at City Hall. I mean, yes, they're going to run a 5K, but you're already going to run, so you can walk.
You can walk to the Shadow Mist.
Yeah, you can
start.
walk down El Verde, meet up at the site, or park if you get there early.
And then that note,
go ahead.
I'd like to suggest that even though you're not going to run the 5K, go ahead and register anyway and get a medal. If things look, we may not have this again, and that medal will be a keepsake. Not only that, but it helps the Historical Society, and it helps stuff with the Onion House and stuff.
Well, we're trying, so we needed to reduce the cost this year because we were already kind of screeching over budget. And so the new route she gave us was going to increase the budget by an additional 5,000 just to close the intersections with security and stuff to be able to block the intersection she was looking at wanting to do. So we told her she couldn't do that. So then we said, look, let's draft one for you with the minimal cost. And so I thought, well, once I get the numbers of how much this costs, then I can present that to y'all. So when you have the discussion on whether or not to fund that or not, I have at least two variations of the cost, what we paid last year and then what we're going to pay this year on this kind of situation.
Well, thanks for thinking outside the box, and again, reducing the cost has been key. So thank you so much for that. Okay. All right. So if there's I don't know where my phone is. What time is it? I have no. Oh, there it is. 7. Is it 8 or 7? 7:25. All right. So if there's no objection, we will move to adjourn on June 19th at 7:25 from our special meeting. Thank you. Y'all have a good evening, and we'll see you on July the 1st.
I know that you're off tomorrow.
I'm not off. I'm downtown all day
Are you
tomorrow.
downtown?
I have State of Transit with her. I have to be at downtown at 8:30 at the Henry B. Convention Center. Then at 10:30, leave to go get her and go to the State of the Transit. Then I got to bring her back and drop her off at the office, go back to Henryton.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about having to ask for money to the developers. I don't know if it's especially since they're going to put a name on the street name.
But your best bet would be to call Walter Beauty.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Right.
Thanks for going. Thanks for going last night.
Oh, yeah. It was a bit chaotic. I had to because we got the wrong presentation. So
And that was Walter's fault.
Yeah.
100%. I got mad at him today.
To give them. So I had to ad lib and make it up. So.
Yeah, so I'm not, I fly in and roughly like 57,000. I don't drive around without it. Well, I take that back. It depends if I land in the conference hotel too. So like, if I don't land in the conference hotel off-site, then I may have to use it. I utilize the shuttle and I utilize Uber. I fly in. Well, we were thinking of
So is this to Love?
This is to Dallas, yeah.
Or
Then we
Dallas,
have-
Fort
Yeah,
Worth?
but then we have to go to Fort Worth. Like to, I don't fly with y'all. No, I know, but I don't travel, yeah. It sounds too good. Yeah, so the Uber's 15, like, I looked at the, estimated Uber, and I don't have to go with, Danielle already said she was driving on her own, so I don't have to go together, I'm just,
How much is the Uber?
I like 57, I did the estimated economy, I mean, if you want Uber Black, I mean, I would go all
No,
there.
no,
I did the Uber economy, and it was like $57.
That's not bad.
Is DFW closer to Fort Worth? I think it is by like a couple of miles.
So I did the cost estimate for Southwest and DFW. DFW is American Airlines, so the cost of the flight was more with American Airlines than it was with Love, so I'm gonna stick with Love. I haven't booked my flight either, but I fly out the same day the conference. So that's my justification on taking it, like whenever I have to justify the rooms, I'm like, I don't even go the day before, I go the day of. So I already saved you $200 in hotel costs, $400 in
You're
hotel
so
costs.
frugal.
Well, I mean, I lived through the auditor days and then pulling every dollar spent, so I account for all of my time and all of my money spent. So it sounds like. That's what I would go the day of, now that's the I'll fly in, I'm sorry, yeah, I love it. What are the guys, here's the going. We don't have to, I will, I don't know that I'm going to figure out, because I was just going to get rid of the car.
Yes, and they used to do.
Because I used to do that, so it's only $81 right now.
We're gonna do ours
And
tonight.
they want to fly away, this gives you a little bit more flexibility than a basic. They used to do like a carpool, and then I don't know that, I'm like, I fly, I don't care what.
There should be ample time because
Fly,
it is
drive,
like 12.
walk. I like having a car when I drive. Yeah, I have that, and then you have to. I used to be like, I'm like, but for this, normally, that's what I'd rather just.
So hopefully we'll get a hotel that's right next to the venue, where we'll just see our bags there. And just kind of get them and take a room there or.
Okay, so, when I do the calculations, for mileage, sometimes it's cheaper to fly. Really? Wow.
Well,
Especially if it's.
Yeah, his son.
His son or son-in-law is
I used to take a room to this one, and council, or. Sometimes they got the, we can have about 5 easy people in there.
Well, can we go ahead and make my recommendations, and one of my things is that we need to. Do that one later.
We're just close to love here, right?
To Love, yeah, to Love. We all make our own reservations, and then we'll decide how we're gonna get there. And then there's sometimes where, to be honest with you, normally both Love and DFW have a shuttle. Over to the thing, yeah. So last time I looked down and caught the shuttle, there's like. I'm gonna give you a ride from the airport. To the hotel. Really? There or DFW. So I go look, I'll have Angela look tomorrow, see if they posted it yet. So far in advance, so usually we don't post until a couple weeks before the conference. You just go there, have to run every 10 minutes, or whatever, 30 minutes, I think, about 20, I think it's 28 minutes on one and 26 minutes on the other. It's not like far, it's not far, I mean, you know, but.
I drove it all the time, but I was going to DFW to Fort Worth.
So we're deciding to meet in an hour ago, I don't know. Yeah, so it's up to y'all, so like if you want Angela to do it, you can call her and she'll do it on her city credit card, if you don't want to do it, like if you don't want to pay for it and get reimbursed, she can do that for you. But you'll be on the phone with her after you make it. Or you can do it, or you can be, no, I'm not, you can do it yourself, or I'm over here. Yeah, I know.
Full name, what's already your passport.
I'm by the bushes where I'm getting. So it's up to y'all. You doing okay?
Where you going and keep it in our life.
I am.
All right, guys, y'all take care.
Yeah, I think the flight I was looking at was it. Good night. Good night. July 1st.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye. We'll just make our reservations and then have Angela make it, and then we'll worry about the shuttle. Yeah, so sometimes they do, like, the TML will normally put shuttles from the airport, shuttles from the additional hotel. So last time we were in Dallas. Yeah, and so. We didn't have to. No, and so, but my TCMA conferences, I've taken the shuttle from
didn't go to the same days, I took Uber. The brush drop-off thing over in the back. We don't, they just have to wait for their brush day, so we do have. Okay. All right, they'll just. Have a big brush day at this time. Thank you. You're welcome.
Oh, okay. I'm going to the Historical Society meeting now, so I'll see if I can get it.
Oh, that's right, there.
It started.
That's what Darby's doing too. Okay, thank you. Bye. Have a good one.
You too.
So, calculating the distance. Okay.
So, I mean, we can do the radius, I mean, we can do the radius thing, and so it won't matter, she can do the radius of like, so the circle, so then it touches, like, it doesn't matter, it's not line distance. So you could do a radius distance, but what are you looking at, you do 100, do you want to do like 1 foot long, and so I can give like an estimated amount. Let me see what that looks like. So I'll put in that particular to see what. Let me do that, and then I can have a conversation with you.
All my stuff back together, Chief.
I'm good.
You okay? Very well. How's your son?
You all right?
Package,
No, he's doing scholarship stuff to start power school in August.
graduate?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Our school where?
He wants to go to A&M, but the living expense is too high. He's gonna do one of the online in a boot camp.
That's acceptable, right? You don't.
Most of our current guys get online.
Oh, did you really? And how long is that program?
6 months. I'm trying to talk to them that we're going to do 4 years in the military and then come out and do whatever you want. So,
Right, you should.
to live with somebody. One of his buddies from Houston, they were both going to go to A. He's got a full scholarship. And my son was going to take it, but then they found out scholarship, he has to be.
Oh, you know, I'm there for him. He's such a wonderful young man.
Would that be all right? Yeah, because I've got one error I've got to do from my last session before the morning one is at 10:30. Right there, and then I can drop you back all the way back. I'll be at the office at 11. I'll wait in there. I can't be late. That's your guest. That's right, you're my guest. Okay. All right, we're going to a conference. Transit, yeah. Tomorrow. But I have TCMA tomorrow, too. I have TCMA Saturday and Sunday, but I'd rather go with you, and it's all the way out to General Hondo. I've never been out there. I've never been out there either. GPS girl. Yes, I know, but isn't that at, the base? Oh, yeah, Florida State, Florida State, or whatever. I copied you on my notes. And then that's the thing, how to do this room. Okay, this got it all. And I'm actually going to be online on. Take care. Good meeting, Crystal. I think we're trucking along, and I just can't wait for that number because we're gonna get. Well, and that's always been like. Or they were trying to do that. So we haven't been able to do it. That was their, can we start? No time for it. It's basically fraud. Doesn't matter unless you can. That becomes the first question is whether. Then after they answer that question, then we can go. But they're supposed to be reconciling the checks that we. Typically it's 30 days. You gotta publish it in paper. Yeah, but at least what it will do is it will show like regular and seller won't know, but then we. You're presenting to see if you even have buy-in, then
That's enough of the hard work y'all put in that.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, there's, The staff did really work hard on this.
you know, seen it very,
Yeah.
you know, maybe.
Taking this to the
Yes,
station,
fire department, thank you.
and I put that basket of stuff on
Okay.
Angela's desk.
Okay.
I don't know where it goes
At
without
least-
Sandra's office.
No, Lisa's putting it in the closet till Sandra gets back, because we have a
Okay.
meeting on the first.
Hey,
So she'll
and,
come back.
but I left that bag of chips.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or box,
Okay, we'll just save it for next time.
but